Hello, imaginary villain here, and it's once again time to get on to some hot RM game name action, or at least lukewarm, or whatever passes for it. So, apparently I have some bad news today. I found out that the people who did some of the sound effects for this game stole some of their work. And until I get an exact knowledge of which it is, I basically have to go through and remove their sound effects from here. And you might be thinking, how bad can it be? Well, let's see. Both the male and female voice use it, so Poppet's voice is used in it. Teddy's voice is used in it. Then I think that's maybe some of the sound effects, some of the magic effects. I'm not 100% certain. I didn't get very good track of which pack each thing came from because I just credited all the packs thinking, it doesn't really matter which one came from. I've rights to all of them. Well, silly little me to think that paying for the rights to use something would in fact give you the rights to use it. By the way, Epic will not give you a refund even if the content is stolen if it's longer than 14 days. So, worth noting, if you plan on buying stuff from the Unreal Marketplace, there's always that danger. Being said, Epic's giving me so many free games on their thing there, I don't really care. It's fine. I can live with, getting a bit screwed on one of the resources. We literally got hundreds of games from them for free at this point, so I lose out on like 20 bucks maybe, unless they manage to fix the pack, and then it won't matter. But for the moment, I'm not going to change the sounds. I'm just going to leave it. I just don't know what I'm going to do after that. Sadly, I just don't have a very good answer yet. I'll get an answer from them. Alright. I guess I can post this link in the chat room too. 1 second. I might as well share in the fun. I didn't post the link very many places today. I could have, but... I didn't make an actual clip of the game playing, and I've posted in on Twitter before with actual just links to the stream. That doesn't work. What you really want to do is have actual gameplay footage, and then people will actually click on it. Very important. Did I not get a copy of the link? Ooh. What's up? Oh, got a new person. Hey, welcome, share stream. How's it going? I was just sharing this link with my stream. How's it going? Discord. Well, not my Discord, but it might as well be my Discord since no one else seems to post anything useful there, or even there at all. A couple of us chat. Alright, so... I guess the plan today is just to work on the second section there, because yesterday I made it so that the clowns actually drop things, and when they die, they actually don't drop items. Like when they die by killing themselves because they explode, they don't drop the items anymore. Before, the player was basically invincible. And I fixed the problem with the player not actually dying when taking lethal damage. So now it comes down to, I guess, just fighting the clowns. And I left the cheater thing in there, so... Oh wait, let me make certain the areas are unlocked. I'm going to skip ahead. I'm not going to sit there and continuously kill the same early bosses, because the goal is to play through the game. But I'm not playing through the game up to each point just to test an area. What I'm going to do is I'm going to play each section with the stuff I'm supposed to have, or assuming I got everything. I'll balance it around having... well... Actually, I'll start with the minimum each area, and I'll balance it around that, and then if you happen to get the rest, cool, you know? You'll just have an easier time, but otherwise... I think that's probably all I have to do. I have 6 areas unlocked. These like that, cool. And then I can skip the intro cutscene too, because nobody wants to watch that for every single test. I already did, okay. Can't remember where I was at yesterday when doing this because I right in the middle of it, decided to test someone's game instead, which was fun. But you'll have to check last stream to actually remember what it was. I'm just blanking on the name right now. I just rolled out of bed. The caffeine has not kicked in. I apologize to them for me not remembering the name at the moment. Other than some random errors, the game seemed fun enough. I mean, I definitely enjoyed it for probably like 2 hours or something. Until it crashed. Was it an hour, 2 hours? I don't know. It was fun. I might actually have achieved a thing where you can't actually escape the area. Is it possible? Have I finally found one? Nope, you can still get through. What if I'd finally found that? Oh, wait. Technically, it doesn't matter that you can walk through because you have that ghost form, but you wouldn't be able to get a quest person through, and that's kind of a problem. But in all these tests, I have yet to actually come against one where you can't escape the starting area there. Oh, I guess one more button here. I forgot to give her the ability she's supposed to have for that area. Unlock rewards. Set up for an area. She would have everything from the clown boss. Alright. Reminds me, I can transition this to increase my sub count by 1. Yes. We're slowly getting to the 200 mark. Like, all my subs are from like when I first started my YouTube channel and then had all these health problems for 18 months, and now that I'm back, I actually can I'm actually getting them again. Like I just had a literal stagnation for pretty much 18 months. I'm sure the YouTube algorithm's like, who's this guy? I'm like, no, that's fair. Oh. Well, I don't want the boss spawning immediately. Let's fix that real fast. Because that is not the player experience that you would get normally. Not at all. Hmm. Nice. Leave that stream open. I definitely did not show up to class, as they say, at the as prepared as I could be. The number of streams I go through and everything like that, it's you'd think I'd just be like, you know, getting better and better, but most of the time I think I just get more and more relaxed and chatter about more weird things with it. Otherwise, I think I'm less prepared for each stream as far as the amount of things I prep in advance of it, because I'm less concerned about it. It's like, I'm going to be here for X number of hours, so I usually have no problem finding something to do.
I sense danger.
Also, I forgot to grab all the abilities. I should make the one that's in this area actually have those abilities.
Better luck next time. See you later.
But I don't really want to add additional abilities to someone who's, you know, going to be... It's one more thing I have to take out when the game finally, or the prototype finally releases, which would definitely be nice to be soon. I'd really like, you know, random feedback to figure out which way I'm going with the game.
Bye. Are you ready?
Whatever's worth, the voice I used for Tinka there, wasn't actually from that pack, so it's one of the few voices I could keep. But almost all the voices I had were from that pack, so I'm gonna have to do some creative use with a voice changer probably to pull this off. Otherwise, we'll have to see. I don't know.
Don't even try. Don't even try. I need more energy. Don't even try.
It'd almost be helpful if you didn't have to get the quest person first. Oh, that's right. You're gonna want money here. Because the NPC from this one is the shop. These do drop doll parts, right? I'm probably going to switch the doll parts to coins, I think. They're all hearts right now. That's concerning. I got a doll part there. So far, I found one whole doll part. Not gonna lie, that does not seem like it'd be enough to buy anything, especially when the cheapest thing was like, I think 10, and then the most expensive was, I think, 20. And she's got multiple things, but you don't gotta buy them all at once either, so that's notable. And I could probably beat the Jack boss with just these, though. It would be kind of cool if I could test her thing right now. Okay, what is the drop rate on those? Am I just unlucky? I mean, I am my nature is surprisingly catastrophically unlucky, so it's actually just a straight up meme how unlucky I can get. There are many times in my life where I lose 0%, or things where I have a 0% chance to lose and I still lose, and I'm like, how does this even happen? The odds are 100%. Yeah, you'd think that. I used to say 99% was the same as 0% because of how often I would just, you know, things wouldn't work out, but then I was quickly shown how wrong I was. Turns out 100% can still be 0%. I remember losing on a game of Hearthstone Battlegrounds that way like that. It's like, you have 0% chance to lose, and just losing was like, sounds about right. I stopped for that day. I was like, okay, I could take a hit. Yeah, it's like 50-50 on the heart here. It would almost be a lot easier if each one of these just had an array. What each one wasn't just random from the array. Than this incredible system of even more random. But I guess this is easier to figure out later when I wanted it for each thing, so maybe this is better. But if I had an array, instead I would do a whole case thing like that and a different random for that, we should just have the array to go through. Well, that's more effort right now. Actually, no, we can keep that as case. No, we'll do case 2 here. Case 0. Case 1. And we just won't break it so it has a greater chance to win on those. You have heal by this point. You don't need as many healing items dropped. Switch this to case 3. All random out of 6. Essentially 2 drops there, and then that just gives that there, so that seems fine. I don't want too many drops for him. What I'm seeing is there's not a lot of money being dropped, and that is unacceptable. By that point, I figured you'd have about 20, assuming you killed random things and didn't just run through it. But there's a real push to run through things, so the grinding for money might kind of clash with what the game is doing.
sense danger.
Let's test this new drop right here. I don't like that they keep spawning on top of each other, but for now that doesn't matter that much. Well, I think coins would be a lot more satisfying than the doll parts, even though the doll parts seem more fitting for the game, more stylistically fitting. I think in a later version, I'm going to make it where you actually get to keep the amount of tarot cards you collected in an area when you go in and out. I just didn't make it for this version because I'd have to rewrite the whole system for it, and that just seemed kind of like not conducive to me releasing this ever. That person seemed very invincible. I guess I could collect stuff anyway. You can get really unlucky, and the boss thing can, the NPC can be really hard to find. So, or you can get super lucky, and they're just right by the entrance, pretty much like original Diablo was, where everything was so random that sometimes you just lucked into it. Like right at the start of the level, you'd walk down the stairs, and there it was, what you needed. There's an item down here somewhere. I could make the tarot cards a reward for that. It's just drops too. Wouldn't be the worst choice I ever did. Wow, you can get really unlucky and she can just be nowhere. I have to make certain that she actually spawns. If the quest NPCs don't spawn, there's an even bigger problem going on here. Yeah, I might turn down the noise for that. Turn that down. Just a little louder than I like. I guess it does make it so you can hear the things though. Maybe it's actually fine. You know you're at least near something somewhere. There's one up there too, but I did not grab it. Might as well just collect them all at this point. I mean, I haven't found Annie's on yet, so. I mean, the Jack boss can be beaten as long as you're, you know, on your toes. He's really strong, so I don't know. Like, poison is a lot more devastating than the fires were. Like right there. Got caught in there for a second. I think the ghost form return thingy is not necessarily perfect. I mean, you can get out of it really easy by just trying ghost form again, so it's not like it's the end of the world. Not a deep concern if anybody gets caught in there, because you can just move away from them and they'll just vanish, so. The fact that I haven't found Annie's on is kind of troubling. There's not an error message or anything, is there? It didn't break. I just had this error to show if one of the graphics breaks for some reason. But it's rigged to destroy the event if that is the case, so. It should not be an issue. I still don't have very many of the, Oh wait, I think all their voices might actually be from there too. I don't remember. Uh-oh. I'd be really sad if all the voices are from that one pack that has potentially stolen content in it. Oh god. Okay, I don't know why I was firing over there, but that was weird. I could make the map blocks destroyable. That's an idea. Map blocks. Destroyable. Have health bars. Check. Okay, when you can't find the quest NPC, that's pretty troubling. I don't know. I guess I should comb the area, huh? Usually they become revealed and then they just stay revealed, so it should be easy to find the tarot card. And yet here we are. Here we are indeed. There it is. I still haven't found her though.
Take cover.
Where'd you go, boss? Hey, buddy, where you go?
Take cover. Take cover. Take cover. Take cover.
You are finished. You are finished.
Well then. Boss image. See Jack boss image breaks. First time I've seen it happen, but that doesn't mean anything. I wonder why it broke. It's surprising where the Jack images do break, though. I don't know how I feel about that. Seems terrible. I have to investigate this code and see why, where it actually just removes the thing, if that's the case. Alright, I gave all these to enemies, I don't know why I didn't make use of them. Actually, this is a console log that I'm looking for. The main purpose for this is that it was, it would keep trying to put the images on an event, and if that was the case, the event vanished, it would, destroy the, it would, lock the game up. So, yeah. Do I have access to the event object on this one? I might. Name anime object. I do have it. Actually, sure. It'll attempt to do this again. And then this is going to be more complicated than I thought to fix this problem, I think. Let's see. First time I've even thought up a solution for it, though. NPC 1, right? It just runs NPC page 1. Page 1. Very exciting. And then, that's not that one, it's this one. Well, the event's still there, so that's the reason why this would work. I have this code twice. I don't like that. All I actually need is the command for animate actor. This is just so I can keep them all straight, so I don't have to duplicate a bunch of code. So, much better to just make it easy to find things later. I'll tell you, set those back anyway in a second. I'll do that right now. But let's see. I just need E-type, so just the number. So, let's see. Do page 2, because page 2 is cycled through a lot. What was it called? Run this one here. Reset animation. No. I don't want to have to use one of those. I'd rather just have my own thing here, so all of them have that. I don't have to use the self-variables thing. I've already pretty much added that thing in there when I didn't need to. I could make use of someone else's thing there. In reality, I should probably write that out there entirely and just have access to the ones that I just make in this. So, oh, it's actually this one here. Oops. I can type, I swear. There's a lot going on in this plugin. It kind of handles everything. It's a variant, right? This one? I copied the extra stuff, so I didn't actually need this part of it. So hopefully the animation plugin flips this switch like that, saying, hey, you know, this is broken. And this sees it and goes, okay, and adds it back. This is the fix that it'll take a while to actually see if it shows up, but potentially it can be really good. All these are saved. Good, good. I just need to wait for it to be smart enough to figure it out. All that extra layers of coding that go in there just to fix the bugs from the initial coding. If this project does well, I will definitely go back through and streamline the coding like crazy. Some of the coding in there's been there for a couple years and it's garbage. From that first Game Jam version, and it shows how bad it is. Even Art had newer coding than that.
Bye. Are you ready?
This is nice people keep coming by and giving me likes.
I sense danger.
YouTube algorithm loves those. I mean, it would prefer watch time, but you know, I don't think anyone wants to watch me game dev all the time. Maybe they do. I don't know. I could do a bit of variety. Once I release the first version of this game, I keep saying that like it's ever happening, but hopefully one day it will.
You are finished.
You know, it'll give me free time to do other stuff. You know, just, I'll maybe have a night where I test someone's game or something like that. Maybe have a UE night for funsies.
Take cover.
Search and destroy.
But it does feel like interest in the actual stream for this has gotten kind of lower. Oh, there's Annie's on. You gotta talk to her.
Where I can find that.
But she showed up just fine. I found 6 doll hit parts so far, so that would give me like 1 upgrade.
Finished.
But you wouldn't get all of them anyway necessarily. I mean, she's set up to be not all of them. Oh gosh, that's too much damage.
I need more mana. I need more mana.
Yeah, the poison's way too strong.
Die. You are finished.
Alright, so... Welcome to the stream, New Torque City. How's it going? Let's see. Either to increase the strength of the player or reduce the poison damage there, because that is...
Search and
By this point, the player has had 0 health upgrades, so, you know, just one of those poisons nearly killed you. Everything else is doing 1 and that poison just sticks and does like 5 or something. You know, it's like half your health. That's nuts. That's so much. So much indeed. Come on, Annie's on. You can do this. I love her little waddle. That was the funniest animation to make. I froze the player during this. Good, good. That was a fix I was meaning to test, and there it is. She runs through a little thing and leaves.
die.
I need more energy.
I even beat this boss with his ridiculous poison. Oh, his graphic broke. Okay. Well, the graphic broke, but it did not do the fix I was hoping for. However, it is a try command. Let me think about this here. Oh, well, never mind. I didn't put it in both locations, so it could easily... Wait. Yeah, it's breaking on the one I didn't put it, so of course it's not going to work. My coding is probably good. If I put it in the right location, it would probably help immensely. Who knew code that you put in the wrong location did not execute all this time? I am a genius like that. It happens. Do not question or do whatever, it's fine. I question it, so you can question if you want to. Yeah, +2 subscribers today. I mean, they didn't stay in chat, but... Hey, any stream where you get new people works for me. I may shorten the little Tinka's dance when people sign up, though. It's almost a little just off-putting because I'm just in the middle of something that just breaks me out of concentration or whatever it was. And I can't even see it because it's so tiny on my screen. I mean, I could see it if I wanted, I guess. Let's see. I have it in studio mode. If I have an editor mode, it'd be a little bigger. No more studio mode. I could probably see it then, but otherwise it shows like two tiny screens, so I can have two different scenes of what's going on for you know, the upcoming scene and the normal one. And pretty useful if you plan on doing some video editing and the like. I could have the ability to buy from multiple people. It does kind of defeat the purpose of Annie's on opening up her own Atixon thing, which, you know, it's just my continuous Amazon joke. It really is. But it would probably balance better, unless Annie's almost the first one. Break up the make some upgrades viable. I'm tight now here. Viable before Annie's on. I guess Tinka could sell some stuff too, potentially. It'd probably be a good thing. It might have been a really big problem balancing on such low numbers because it makes poison way too powerful. I could double all the numbers. If I did that, though, I would have to rewrite some extra stuff here. Am I doing that? Am I doubling numbers? It's that or slow poison down. Right, no, it would have to be governed by this. Get a slow poison down here, right? How did I set this up? It's been a while since I looked at it. Oh, good. There's 38 mentions of poison. Nice. There's a pool that applies it, and then the pool here does... Add status duration on that. That's... What dictates the, how often it triggers? It's probably like 20 streams ago that I made this, so I'm refreshing my mind on how it even worked. So 67. Sure, plus status duration. And then it hits 0. Oh, never mind. I'm just setting it right here with this. Let's reduce his how often you get it, and then we'll just set it to like 120, so they have a little more time to recover mana and heal. Be a little fairer to him. I might also just increase the base hit points a little bit. Because if you're not paying attention, it seems like you just up and die, and this isn't supposed to be Dark Souls here, you know? The first version of the game should get people wanting to play it, not be just like, oh, you died in a second. Get wrecked, noob. Like, pretty much. We'll give him 12, I guess. That'll give him a little more to play with. Then I'll be a little less concerned about them actually having an upgrade available before they face the Jack boss, which is basically I gave a free hit point upgrade. I think then the hit points now cap at 30 or something. But I really neglected to note just how much more effective poison was going to be with the low hit points. This is actually the first time going through and doing the balancing, so I expect there to be some problems along the way. Use my handy dandy cheat thing in order to have what I'm supposed to for the area.
Are you ready?
I think I need to up the drop rates of all the money. Almost certainly.
I sense danger.
No, I guess like I said, they don't have to get every upgrade upon doing that. I mean, like, when they unlock Fortuna, they could play her mini game and get all the upgrades pretty quickly, but I guess leaving Annie's on, you know, forcing them to grind for a little money along the way so that the great upgrades are not all at once is probably not a bad thing.
You are finished.
Oh, that's right, I have him summed out way earlier, so let's see if we can beat him.
You are finished.
Which is what we got. Also, we'll see if it fixes his animation, because last time it was breaking, so... We'll see if my clever method of making them realize their animation broke, if they're a boss, would work. There might be some sort of logic issue. There's a lot of systems involved, so... I usually don't expect to get the code right the first time. Whoa, he's a lot of damage. Don't get hit by the poison, it does a lot of damage. See, the little clown heads are like, not fun. See, the jacks are a lot easier, but the boss seems much harder than the clown boss. Since each of those pools can apply a 2-second poison. And with only 12 health, you know, in this particular version, that can be really savage. You can get hit by 10 poison just by one of those attacks, and then have to sit there and heal to get it off you, or kill enemies to get health drops. Let's see, jump attack applies damage before Jack finishes jump. A little weird to just stand there, you just take damage and then he lands on you. Seems a little odd. Well, without the threat of him just insta-killing you, with or you're just getting gibbed by 10 points of poison and that being your entire life total, he is a lot less threatening, though I've still had points where he's nearly killed me in a short order, so... It is possible I should be playing this more Dark Souls style. I do give you 2 ways to negate all damage that are just available for free, so... Oh, he jumped and vanished. I guess I think that's an accidental behavior versus an actual intended behavior. Because he does have a jump and he does have a potential teleport option, but I didn't realize they could actually, one could trigger during the other. Makes me wonder what I did, where I got the wires crossed in that one. I mean, it's not like it's a bad thing. It's like a fake jump, so it actually works out just fine. It can stay. He doesn't hurt you doing it, so if he wants to jump and then not do anything, it's fine. But he's also not present either. Like, where'd he go? That doesn't seem very good. So I haven't even located Annie's on yet. Can't hit that thing. Sometimes the enemies are kind of hard to hit with this projectile, but only sometimes. Sometimes they're really easy to hit. How much money have I acquired? 11? Yeah, okay, that does not seem like enough to me. There's Annie's on up there.
You are finished.
I mean, I think I could beat Jack. He doesn't really do anything different later on, so... But look, Annie's stuck inside something here. I guess I could make it that you could pull the NPCs out of things. Like if block allows you to just yank them over. Oh, look at how much damage he did while I was caught in there. That's a lot. Like if he catches you, he can hurt you real good here. The Jack boss is currently blocking him, so... Or blocking Annie. Sometimes the block beams were horribly ineffective against some things.
You are finished. You are finished. You are finished.
I did weaken heal quite a bit after the initial testing. The initial heal was so good. It's such a divisive ability that I'm not really a fan of it at all. I'll see if I can successfully beat the boss here, and then see if he'll drop things, and then I can worry about balancing a bit. As long as you keep your health full against him, he can be pretty easily beaten, it seems like. But if you don't do that, it seems like he just does a lot of damage. But I probably should make him do more damage in general. It's kind of a weird little thing there. That's just a little jump. I definitely got to fix the health bar so that it shows at the top, because of the way the guy programmed it. It doesn't really seem to work too well for that. Like it's starting way up here and it's ending way down here, so that's why it doesn't look like I'm necessarily dead, or maybe I think I'm taking more damage than I am. I don't even know. But at this point, he also has a bunch more health than you would think too. Oops. Okay, well, I clicked off it and it closed. That was surprising. Oh. It restarted. Huh. Can't type now. Sometimes? Okay, that's a thing. So, Well, let's go down my list of things I need to fix here, because some things are... I guess I can reduce the tarot card noise a tiny amount here. Not a lot. New puzzle 2 has it. Actually, I will be right back. I need to go grab something really quick. 1 second. Actually. All right, back. I actually increased the volume of this more than I needed to, it looks like. A lot more. I don't think I needed that much. I don't know if I'm gonna do these map blocks strobe on. It would have let me, let's see, if I did that, it would allow me to free up the NPCs without having to have any other solutions. That is a thing. But it also makes the area kind of, I don't know how interesting that'd be. I mean, maybe it is more interesting if you can blow things up. Think about that. But I want to fix the health bar problem, because that's just annoying. Let me bring up the file for that real quick. Alright, KR is... I think I have a better plan with this. I want this one to just not be there. Let me double check it. That might be the case. Just overlay this to black. I could have just not split the graphic up if I was planning on doing that, but I guess this did change the color of the graphic, so it's a little better looking, I suppose. That is not good. Do that. That should at least change things in a favorable way. Unfortunately, I have to turn them sideways because of how I programmed it, so, you know, whatever. Wait a minute. Before I do this, how big is that? $200 by 600, and this one here, 200 by 600. Okay. And then the other one, I don't think I'm even using the other one. Let me make the other one really fast. Need to set up a new shortcut. I did a bunch of sorting on my computer and moved the program and didn't actually bother to make a new shortcut. I will do that now. I use this small. They actually both do. Right now, this uses health gauge. Okay. So how big is health gauge small here? $175. Alright, so that's a good fix there, probably. I have reduced poison damage. He applies his damage before the jump finishes. Let's see. Alright, so ramming speed, 3 maximum starts player, boss relocate. Ramming speed just makes him just jump to space near player is the thing. But it is an attack that does it, right? Because jump to space near player doesn't necessarily too much else with it here. Let's see. That might be the one that I'm thinking of right there. I need to comment what each of these is, honestly. They're getting so complicated. I thought just having creative names would be good enough, but a better description of what each thing does would probably help a lot. Maybe it's easy. Jump to space in your player doesn't necessarily do anything. I think this is the only one that would make any sense, right? Jump to space in your player, but then it does 271. I'm gonna just reduce the weight on this. Or I can increase the weight on this a little bit. I'll try like 50 on it, see what happens. Do a jump on the player. What's near the player? That's not even on the player necessarily. Weird. I'm just trying to change this. They brought up a bunch of other things. Huh. I will probably fix it, but I'll have to double check that. I've already reduced the poison damage. Do I make the map blocks destroyable? That's a questionable thing here. They could be destroyable. They don't currently have a setup for being damaged, right? How do I have them set up? So, these are the tarot cards. That's not what I want. Yeah, currently they just don't have anything running on this. They just have a collider. Because they need an answer for the quest NPC getting stuck inside of the blocks when they're spawned. Because it seems like they're spawning before the blocks are there, so they successfully move in past their check before the map block gets in the way, so then they think they're perfectly fine and don't try to move out of the way. I mean, I could have them have through on the whole time when they're following the player, but that also is kind of weird because then they can just phase through things. That seems stupid. I can have the player pull them with the block because it does kind of act as a tractor beam of sorts. That would probably require the least amount of programming. It would require an explanation of that you can do that. I don't know if I want to create a whole system to destroy the map blocks, though. That could be problematic, because then I probably need to make the enemies do it, too, and you probably want to have a lot more map blocks at that point, because right now I just have, like, a smaller number than just big, huge collections of crap to get in the way. If I want to let them be destroyable, then I probably want a bunch of little crap, so this way they spend longer doing it. Otherwise, you could just level everything in level in pretty short order. I think it's like maybe 40 map blocks and then a map. Yeah, okay, let's do that. We'll do the NPC next. So page 2. Where did I do this though? Oh, these are quest NPCs. They're not handled by normal NPCs. I can make them move towards the player at a greater distance. That means that the player was smart enough they could actually cause the map blocks to despawn and it would follow after him. That would fix the problem of swords. Seems like it'd be even stupider though. Let's do this. We'll check for block. Which one was block? Never wait for completion. Oh, can wait for completion on that. That's perfectly fine. They're just going to turn. Otherwise, it then creates this weird jerky motion that's just not good. Now, that's just be a ghetto fix for now. It's not a very good fix. Well, that's probably why it's a ghetto fix, but it's a fix. I'll remove the thumbnail from the Discord. Nobody should have to stare at my thumbnails if they don't want to. Not that there's anything wrong with my thumbnails. I mean, I like them. Okay, so that acts as a fix for that problem. I haven't seen the boss thingy break, but I didn't even check for it. I'm less concerned about this. I assume they're going to play full screen anyway. The only reason I don't is because of the stream, so this might not be a big deal. Like, if you happen to have it in a window mode and click off it, it could crash, I guess. I'm not even 100% certain why that would happen. That's some bizarre behavior, so that might be very difficult to fix. Well, looks like I'm ready to test again. I did a bunch of fixes right there, so... I'm really noticing people don't watch during the first hour of the stream. I could try later. I don't know. I thought more people would be excited if it was like around the same time, but... It might just be the worst time of day possible. I mean, it'd be fine by me if I could stream in the morning. I'm not gonna lie. Morning for me would be... I'd have like an actual normal schedule at that point. It'd be perfect. I don't know if I'd ever manage to get anything done, but... It's pretty much the assumption. If you do game dev and you do streaming and things like that, like... It takes so much time out of the day that you kind of don't have time for a lot of other things.
Bye.
Yeah.
Are you ready?
I really want to put more upgrades sooner than this. Like, it really feels like there's just a big disconnect between, like, you have to beat a whole level before you get any additional upgrades. You just get heal and that's it. That's kind of mediocre. You know what? Move some quests to actually some upgrades. The Boozeberry. Who needs beer money? Or a run to the attic liquor store. My hands type one thing, my brain wants to type another. They never agree with each other. Just stepped on something. 1 second. I'm going to pause this. Picked up one of these little spiky things from my shoe when I was walking around out there, and apparently it fell off my shoe and I stepped on it while I was doing this. I was like, ugh. A sudden, super sharp thing. It was unpleasant, yes. Being stuck inside things is a problem there. I don't like that. What I could do for that is, yeah, the heart gets from me there. It's probably a little better. Before each of their turns, I could have them check and see if they can move in every direction. I don't know about that. That seems weird. What if their behavior isn't that they move at all, so it's like kind of weird. Yeah, now you can see it going to much smaller there. I think I like that better. I'm gonna probably do the same with the mana thing, to be honest. It also makes it easier to do. Yeah, in later versions, I'm definitely gonna have a cooldown system instead of mana. Mana is just stupid. Because then I also don't need this gauge here at all. It would just be a health gauge and a spirit gauge there. And then it would just be cooldowns on each of the things, so you could just see how long you had. Plus then I could balance them much differently. Mana is such a poor way to balance. This feels wrong. This graphic's broken. I think his graphic broke too. Yeah, because I gave the object it, so EID is the right thing, right? Yeah, so you can do this on this one. This is success. Today has been bizarrely very successful for purposes of getting more subs, and terribly not very successful for people watching. Fair enough. About the same number of views though. I definitely have discovered I've been getting less views over time. Every once in a while I get a lot of them, but even yesterday I didn't get that many. More watch hours, which is interesting. I mean, I'd rather have the more watch hours than the views anyway. YouTube could just not like me. Sometimes it doesn't like you, sometimes it's just like, you know, thinks you're the best thing ever. It's dictated entirely upon YouTube's whims at the day. Oosh. We'll do that, and then at least it'll alert me when he does that. I still haven't managed to rescue the enemies on it all. Oh, I also want a thing alerting me if Happens in this code, right? Um, Same spelling? Yes, indeed. And fixed animation was defined all the way back here. Everything has it. This should actually just be called fix animation. You might need to fix other graphics later too, for that matter. Oh, actually. Wait a minute. First of all, that would unlikely to ever be there. It's going to be here because it's not specific to the animation plugin. The animation plugin doesn't care. So whenever we ran the code there, from the look of it, I just put the wrong one. Alright, what else is I fixing? I could make it a little darker around the outside. Actually, I have an idea on that. Do a quick graphical mess up here, or mess with me here. I want it to be different enough that it doesn't show that. I also want to show about how much health is remaining. Open this one here. See how that works out. Might look better. That should fix the boss problem, hopefully. I didn't even test the quest MC problem, but they have to be stuck somewhere. A lot of these problems are ones that can only be tested randomly, because they don't happen enough, making them very difficult to fix. We're not at the point where there's like 100% bugs anymore. We're at the point where there's just, you know, sporadic bugs. I guess we'll do the gooseberry thing in a second.
You ready?
Not that one.
you ready? I sense danger.
Why does it show my stream starting at like it starts from 12 a.m. showing there? It's like weird. Like you think it would start with the time that you actually started. But instead of my little thing on the side here, it doesn't do that. The white is interesting. I don't know if I like it.
I need more energy.
It does help showcase the thing though. Instead of just looking like it completely vanishes. But the boss one doesn't show that. Why is the boss one different? In the world? Or did I not save a PNG version? What happened? While I'm thinking about it. How many upgrades I wanted to have? What does Annie's on even have? I think I have a list of things that are handed out on here. Firewall's given by her. I guess Annie's on has 6 of the 14 upgrades. Fortuna has 4 of them. Gooseberry's got a single one. I think it does give you Ice Blast for beating the first boss. You would have a bonus attack. I guess I can give the 2 crappiest upgrades to Gooseberry. I don't hate that idea. So let's say we do this here and because I forgot you do actually have Ice Blast, and that does help out. Most of them just cast Heal. Fortuna gives a lot of the spells, though. But she only gives 2, I guess. Tinka actually gives 3 of them, right? But she gives them to you for killing a boss, so... Actually, she gives you 2 spells, and then unlocks the next area. There's only so many spells. But it does feel awful not having anything to get. I should also increase the money. Hold on, so there's a reason to kill enemies? Yeah. Alright, so let's put Annie's on here. It doesn't. Oh, never mind. I changed that there. I do have to do a bit of extra writing for this, but that's okay. Not really that bad. There could be some extra upgrades that Annie's on too. There's no reason not to do extras, right? I guess I could. $212. Now, what if I just give extra rewards in here? We'll say these ones are 0 because they're much wimpier. I'm gonna push all these to an array later. These are not really switches. Switches are a pain, not very good. That's okay. Alright, so in this case, I won't have to change anything after that other than just change that there, and then NPC rewards. Yeah, I like adding in more upgrades. I might as well have some fun with this here. Change this to 0. And then switch for this one was 219. Which means this one is almost certainly 220. Alright, so we do that. Bonus upgrades, all good. Just in case I accidentally do some weird thing like click cancel, I can't try to do that. Click cancel. I've done that before after doing a whole bunch of work. It's like, oh, really? Oh, gosh. Let's bring up Google Docs because I plan on doing a bit of typing here. And Google Docs is much better at spell check and stuff. So um no, you don't do weird changes like that. What do I call an attic liquor store? No. I guess they say, usually they say, oh, thanks. That doesn't make any sense. A brother break? Do a brother a break. Is what it should be. Because he's talking in a funny slang type thing. Actually, help a brother out. Didn't help brother out. There we go. Actually, I don't need that. I don't know what I mean typing. Help a brother out. There we go. That was way more effort than I thought it would be. We'll just have the same message for whichever one you do. Oh. He doesn't get custom dialogue for everything. That's too much work. Oh, he's already getting a bunch of custom dialogue for this, so it's not like I'm completely skimping on him. Propose an additional wait of like half a second or something, just so you can't rapid click. So I've changed them all to Boozeberry. Nice, nice. And now there's 2 additional rewards in here that were not initially there. Well, I guess I can give them the opportunity to collect up to 20 things in the first, so that's fair. I mean, it's not like it's a lot. And I could always increase the number. I think I had about 20 by the time I left anyway. Plus, he gives you heal anyway. I think I'll leave it just in case, because heal might actually get moved out of there potentially later on in a different version. This version. I don't need this anymore. I need my other notes. Okay, so this is actually at Annie's on now. I should have copied it before doing this, whatever. Just keeping track of who's given what, so I can balance it a little better. I forgot that Tinka gives an upgrade, so that means that by the time you fight the Jack, you would actually have slightly more, which means you might not need as much health. Probably should have done this early on. It's just a good week of balancing the thing, so it's like less ridiculous. Because the difficulty spike in the start is terrible. But what can you do, you know? What can you do indeed? Well, apparently I show up to 180 subscribers, but it doesn't actually say. Crazy. So I got a secret subscriber in there. Well, secret subscriber, thanks. But you didn't get a dance from Tinka because you don't have your subscriptions public. I guess for Tinka's cheater thing, which will not actually be in the game, but for purposes of testing is invaluable. I need to update that. Game to rewards. Areas unlocked. Oh, that's right. She could just unlock areas. What am I doing? I guess I just had the other ones unlocked because I was screwing them all. Also, she can hand all parts out, so if I need them, I can just get them that way. Not very necessary, as I added in the ability to just unlock everything necessary here. So, by the time you beat... Oh wow, wait a second. I'm just doing the clown boss one, right? I'll make the assumption that you got every single one of these things. I'll put a 1 frame wait afterwards just in case anyway. I don't know why I grabbed that one. It could have been any of them. That also means that these are going to need to be present on all the other ones too. It'll probably be a short stream tonight if I don't get a lot of watchers during it, because the old rule, stream for 3 hours if no one's watching at the time. Just save the streaming for a different day. I don't want it to be too easy. On the other hand, I'm not even that great of a player at the game, honestly. A lot of it does feel kind of unfair sometimes, though. I've noticed that to be a problem. That could just be my poor programming, though. Is there anything else I want to change before I go back in to do a test? I think I'm going to skip the intro story other than an intro cutscene. There's a lot that needs to be programmed for that. And I really want to kick something out the door for people to test. It doesn't have to involve all the story. But I would have to write a mini amount of story for Tinka so that she would explain what the prototype is, so. I guess if every night I manage to balance one more boss, I won't feel bad about it.
Are you ready?
Because that means that by the end of the week I'll have it all balanced and hopefully be able to play through the game without problems. I didn't realize how much testing would take to do that, though. There's so many things break. Don't go in yet.
Hi.
Oh yeah, I was gonna move Tinka one higher. She looks like she's a midget. She's about the height of Pop. I think she's slightly shorter. She's not incredibly tall. She's about 5'5", I believe. I think is what I had her at. Poppet's somewhat taller, but she's also got a big hat on too, so that kind of makes her a little taller than normal. She doesn't have heels on though. I guess there's slight heels on her shoes, but they're not really much in the way of heels because they're flat. All players X, that's right. She's gonna be at 16, I believe. I really need to comment this stuff. There's so many else's and things like that. I hate nested ifs. There's gotta be the worst thing about this engine is the nested if problem. Like, you should be almost never needing ifs, and you should never have to nest them, or almost never do it. But here we are. When Tinka initially spawns, spawner at 16. Well, I guess that one's not actually a map I use. Like, there's no Tinka spawner. That's weird. There should be a Tinka spawner in every map. She acts as my, kind of my narrator slash, you know. She's like the direction. She's a lot of things. There aren't that many characters though, so you don't get much of a rapport with them at this point. Maybe in time I'll give them more stories and things, but we'll see.
Hi. Bye. Are you ready?
I didn't test out Blueberry's things, see if they worked. Oops, I'll do it next time.
I sense danger.
I think the white around it might be a little too much of a thing. That makes it much easier.
Take cover.
Plus, I now have a new ability to play with. And I want to give the player a new ability each level or more. You know.
Take cover.
Now I feel like the things don't do enough damage, so
Take cover.
I don't know. I mean, I'm pretty hurt there. It's not terrible. You can definitely see how much balancing is required here. Oh, hey, J. Marie, how's it going? You are just in time to see me balance the Jack Boss. Chuckles McFunny. Who ironically does not actually have a laugh attack, unlike every other Jack.
Take cover. Stop.
I think because I gave that a longer duration for how often it triggers, I could probably make it more effective than that. Oh, the boss is graphic vanished again. Your computer broke recently. That's terrible. What happened? Did it just like burst into flames? You know, like it just, you know, a giant like unhappy face. It's just like sad face appears right on it, like an emoji, and then it just bursts into flames. And you found a dog. You sound like you had quite the adventure, way more than my adventure. Of just doing this. So what kind of dog did you find?
Lovely. Don't even try.
What, you wish that your computer had a sad face and then burst into flames? I mean, I'm not gonna lie. If you were a TikToker or a YouTuber, that'd be some pretty impressive content. I'd be like, well, what happened? Oh, taking that tomorrow to find out? Nice, nice. Gonna keep the dog, or are you gonna try to find the dog's owner, or something else? I think the fact that boss doesn't spawn anymore is kind of a problem. Also, is this lagging? No. A little bit, actually. How about the dev tools are open, so that doesn't count. Oh, he came back. It fixed itself. Oh my gosh, my code worked. Nice. I was wondering if it would. I mean, there was a brief moment he was invisible, but it's not terrible.
Stop.
You are finished.
I need more energy.
You are finished.
Oh, nice.
I wonder where I can find that.
Is it a big dog? Little dog? Medium-sized dog? Massive towering beast that just, eats, anyone who gets too close?
Don't even try. Take cover.
Oh, okay.
Die, search, and destroy.
Stop.
Die. You are finished.
Take cover. Take cover.
Why isn't the boss dead? There we go. Look at all the shinies. Nice. That's the first time I've successfully killed this boss. So what color puppy is it? Like, is it, like, I don't know. There's could be all kinds of puppies here. It could be like a Chihuahua puppy or like a Great Dane puppy, or puppy just doesn't narrow it down. How much money have I got right now? 32? That's pretty reasonable.
You're welcome.
Wait, how did I lose things? +2? Maybe I just miscounted them or something. I could have sworn I had 37, then I had 33. Be surprised the number of things that just break randomly. 38. I was trying to get to 40 for the test. One perfect. Seems good.
Congratulations. See you later.
Oh wait, they had to check her for the rewards.
Hi.
Okay, well we got one problem right here, and that is that there's no pop above it, so it puts it at the top of the screen like that, which I just don't like. Yeah, I just forgot to pop 0 on it. So what happened to your computer? Like, you know, you got a puppy, and did the puppy, like, you know, blow up the computer? It's not like a crazy string of events. Yeah, did she, one second. That's correct. Huh. Okay, well, since I changed the wording, I might as well double check to make certain that it is spelled, that is grammatically correct. Lowercase that. You've noticed technically called poison the spell is, but I might change the name anyway.
See you later. See you later.
Okay, on these it needs to say the price. There's nowhere does it even mention it, and I probably do the same on Bluesberry for that matter too. I need this. So I'm gonna write these down here so I don't have to keep double checking back. 20. 15. 10. 15. And probably 15 on the next one. Yep. I guess I could put it in the dialogue itself. I don't know, we'll make some changes as it goes along here. Because if I don't just hurry this out the door, it's never getting out the door. Especially after the really bad news I got today where I found out that this sound pack that I used a bunch of sounds out of, apparently those people stole a bunch of those sounds. So now I might not even be able to use the ones that I used out of it. I don't even know yet. I might need to spend a couple days just redoing the sound work that I spent like last week on. And it's a lot of the sounds too. Like all the Poppets voice lines are all from that pack. All Bluesberry's voice things are from that pack. I think the Jacks are from that pack too, maybe. I don't remember. There's a lot. It's so much of the voices were. So, yeah. Looking forward to finding out on that. Just how much extra work that actually added. Bluesberry needs to have them too. Just Ted and Ted, right? Yeah. You know, if I switch it to coins instead of doll parts, I guess I could just... I should have thought about this. I'm stupid. Why don't I just abbreviate it to D? Actually, it's just 10D. Nah. I'll end up changing that later. I don't know what I want to do. I thought it was cool to have the currency of the dungeon be doll parts and everything like that, because they just use the broken dolls as their currency, which seemed a little creepy and weird and perfect for what you would expect out of this place, because where they're getting coins from, but players would understand coins better. Maybe there was a coin collection up there or something, or a jar of pennies and they just keep them or something. I mean, that'd work. Makes sense. All the dolls just keep pennies. I can see that. That's not too bad. Maybe I'll go with that in the future. What else was I messing with here? Did add a thing in to try to fix this. I think under the controls explanation, I'll put a thing that explains that that's how what you can do with it. Let's see. No, I won't say that. I thought about it. Close enough. All the dialogue's gonna get rewrites as it goes along. I need just placeholder everything. I really underestimated how much you have to write in these games. Good enough. Now I can test out that, see if it actually does do what I need it to. Oh, I know why the actual timer starts so early. It's because I put up the I put the stream up in advance so people could wait on it. I did it like a couple hours in advance because I was I just had the thumbnail done, so I was like, I'll put this up. I guess YouTube actually counts that against you. Uh-oh. It might. We'll have to see if it counts view duration as whenever you put the thing up for. That counts people waiting for it. That seems good if you have people waiting and bad if you don't. All too often, YouTube can be mysterious in what it does. Okay, so that's a thing. And then you'd have firewall available. In order for you to get all of Annie's stuff, you would need... Oh, I haven't reset it since then. I guess I could rebalance the Jack boss a bit too. I think I'm gonna increase the how fast poison damages you. Well, it's that or I can make him just do more damage. You can stack pretty fast though. I don't know about that. I think I'm just gonna increase how fast it damages you. On the other hand, it doesn't feel that bad right now, but it's every 2 seconds. That's kind of a long time. I guess you do got to give the player a chance to respond. As I clip my elbow into the desk. This nice funny bone hit right there. That felt great. At any point you aren't awake, just wham your elbow right onto that desk and boom. Good times are had by somebody. I don't know who, but somebody. It feels really slow. Well, the other option is because it's every 2 seconds, you can do more damage. My issue is each of those things can apply a poison to you, so it already does. I'm just gonna leave it. I know what to expect. I want the player to have a chance to respond, and one of the problems is things get so fast it feels like there's not time to respond. Also, this effect feels a little too much. Could be interesting. It's been a pretty productive day. I fixed a bunch of problems and added new upgrades and some new stuff. I do think the Jack boss could be tougher, but let's just get I want to be able to get a successful playthrough. Like, I'll feel really good about this as soon as I can get a full playthrough of the game from start to finish without it breaking. Something that is, you know, so far not happened. Not gonna lie. I almost want Fortuna to come out before Annie's on, but it feels like I should open the shop up sooner rather than later. By the time you've actually gotten to her, you would have a lot of rewards unlocked. We should have the rewards unlocked to the previous area. So, remember that one area, with the area I wrote it, it's one area before. So you would have access to all these. No, I'm missing one. You'd have access to poison as well. I keep forgetting that Tinka hands out rewards for beating things up. Actually, I'm gonna test Blueberry stuff right now. Yeah, poison should be available. There's a lot of things available by the time you get to that point. Like a lot. I had a lot of things put on Annie's on, but technically you wouldn't necessarily have them all unless you sat there in ground form, so realistically speaking, I don't think I'd have all that. I'm not sure I should even balance with that. I guess I want a moderate challenge, assuming you actually have everything unlocked. Like, not a complete steamroll, but enough of a challenge that you have to at least try for it. We'll see. At this point, I'm just excited that I managed to get through 2 of the bosses without having them break completely. Even though it took quite a few tries with Jack. Such a weird music for this area. I mean, technically I could actually put the regular game music on. But I keep restarting it every 5 seconds, so it seems like it'd be just annoying to hear the start of it every time.
I sense danger.
That's a little better. I was thinking of moving this one there, but... Oh, I forgot to unlock everything. Alright, I need all the powerful abilities here. Why do I unlock areas? I just relocked them all. You know what? I need to test Blueberry anyway. I have ironed out a whole lot of bugs since these last 2 weeks where I thought I was like, yeah, I got this finished, I just need some story. Yeah, okay. Good news is any other game I make off this will have way less problems. Blueberry's not unlocked. Let me fix that. I still have him listed as Blue Teddy in there, but that's okay.
Yo.
Blueberry's missing his dialogue, his name in the dialogue. That should be all of them. I don't need to test that, I don't care that much.
See you later.
Yo.
See you later.
Does it really need to be a yes, no? I mean, technically it says the information right there.
Yo.
See you later.
Yo.
See you later.
Yo.
See you later.
Yo.
See you later.
Wait, did I get 14? I got 4 there. How did I get extra? Hmm. How many doll parts am I missing? I only took 10 of each. I only ran each one once. But somehow I got bonus? Hmm. Hmm. Oh. Think about that for a second. Or I pick a slightly darker color on this and make it a little less ridiculous looking. Just do normal, right? No. I think I like it better like that. In hindsight, though, I should have enlarged it first so I could do both of them. Oops. Mistakes were made. Mistakes were made indeed. I might redo the mana gauge too. Anyway, let me think about this for a second here. I get caught up in so many things I want to do, I forget about things. Current mana gauge is okay. It has a circle inside of it, which is interesting, I guess. But what if, and I'm just saying, it was not a circle? Because what I could do is borrow the health gauge here. Right. Do that, and then we duplicate. Actually, don't duplicate it yet. We'll go ahead and move it down here. Put those back in place so I have an idea of where things need to land. And I just shove it up against this, so this way they can guarantee they're on top of each other. Man, I get you. Set the extra M there for funsies. Carry, not a Ori, whatever that is. And then for this one, we just do a 3-point stroke on this one. Normal. Dark blue, I suppose. And then color overlay it to black. And then proceed to move it up some because it's off the thing now. Actually pretty reasonable. Might as well have a match. Actually, how big was that gauge before I erase it from the world? Okay, apparently it opens a second instance of the program. Because I have this open here. Could have just closed this thing here, but I didn't. Maybe it opens a second instance, maybe it freezes forever. Or I got an old version of it I can open up. Just yesterday. Get the exact size. $150. Close this and then reopen it. Easy, easy. No, I'm gonna put a number in between. The number changes for each one, so. Oops. Extra space in there, looks weird. Did just add things in, so to double check that I did it right. Oh, hey, Blinded Journeyman, how's it going? Can always tell when I've been streaming for a while. Because you roll in and it's like already been like 2 hours. Almost 3, actually. I'm just in time for my Amazon Prime jokes. In this case, actually, Adixon. That's what it is. All the dolls shop from Adixon. It's very important. Google Docs is very good at the English language, or at least better than I am. Oh. Yeah, editing is the worst. I don't know. I feel for you on that one. I do. It's cool. The game was fun. I wonder if I should clip together a video of that game I was playing yesterday for that guy or not. Of course, that sounds like me not working on the game I'm supposed to be releasing. But you have to get on that because, you know, our wonderful overlord or slave driver slash benefactor slash whatever YouTube won't give you the sweet, sweet views until you do. And even if you do, they might still not give you the sweet, sweet views. They are slave masters. What was that game about? And more importantly, did you voice act the whole game for them? Like I was trying to do. Or failing when the dialogue was too fast. Yeah. Oh, he's not unlocked.
Hi.
Summon Boogeberry. I need to test for if his rewards work.
Bye.
Huh. Are you sure you didn't just describe like the latest D&D movie that came out? Right?
Yo.
See you later.
Yo.
See you later. Hi. Bye.
Yo.
See you later.
Yeah, I gave it twice.
Yo.
See you later.
Yeah, supposed to give 2. So is that game like a, you know, the normal RPGMaker game, or do they do weird things with it, or? It would be pretty funny if it was like the new D&D movie. I just know the new D&D movie is about a thief who is trying to get something to resurrect his dead wife. Like she got killed because of X reason, and there's dragons involved somewhere in there, and you know, there's always something destroying the world. So I figured it was basically the D&D movie. So why did this trigger twice? Number 25 through 30. Why do I have this? What does it even do? Sometimes I have no idea why I do things. Oh, I know what that's for. That's so it can equip the spell abilities. My bad. Oops. Save that. First person game made by Kira. First person game. Try it, you're gonna need to save. Story aesthetic says Dark Souls, risk reward actually has a risk. Oh, okay. It's amazing how fragile APT pro tags are in the beginning of the game. Yeah. Well, the working theory for why they should be so fragile, especially in the beginning, is that usually you have a dodge option, or like, mobility can act as a defense in itself. So, because you've given the player a bonus defense, they should be forced to use it. So the character's too tanky, they never use it. There was a thing we used to do with, like whenever a new whenever a new Elder Scrolls game comes out, or even Fallout for that matter, we call it the Naked Mage run. And what it is that you just don't wear armor, because armor's for, wimps and losers, no one likes that. Mostly it was just so you could wear a really, nice looking outfit without actually cheating. Make your character look good. Anyway, the working theory is you have 100% damage reduction if you just don't get hit. Duh. So you just run around like a crazy person, usually on the first playthrough, and just sit there and try to dodge everything while casting spells at people, trying to kill them all. It's a hilarious run, especially when you have no idea where you're going in the game. Also, dodging lightning is very hard. But then you try to dodge bullets in Fallout, and dodging lightning gets way easier. You will never look at those games the same way again after the Naked Mage run. It is wonderful. Speaking of which, they need to release a new game, so I have another reason to do that kind of a run. I will so stream doing a Naked Mage run. Every time. No problem. I think I'll do this too. I'll just put the console logs in here as well. Well, you see, it's not about having a dodge so much. It's about moving out of the way, right? 'Cause that's really what the dodge is. Everyone expects a dodge button, but it turns out if you just step out of the way of the attack, you don't get hit. At least usually, usually why action RPGs are a lot of fun like that, because mobility makes a difference, and being faster usually is a defense unto itself. There's actually a Castlevania game where it was a 3D one, and one of the secret characters you unlocked was this this vampire who had like these floating swords around that would attack people and everything, but he couldn't block. He had to play the same game you just played through, where you were able to block and this and that, without being able to block at all. And the dude died in like 2 or 3 hits. It was crazy. That's where the Naked Mage run originated. That was like way before Skyrim. I was like, wow, this was just exciting. And in designing this game, I'm taking that into account too. Poppet's got 2 different ways to evade damage. So she shouldn't have as much health because I expect you to evade the damage. You have an unlimited number of uses of those. Well, sort of unlimited. One of them does have a power bar, but it refills. But still, unlimited uses. Yeah, spell raising speed. That's an idea. Like a haste spell isn't too bad. Maybe when the dashes. I don't know. Like that Ring of Wind sounds a little broken there. A little too overpowered. Like, if a person can just go across the entire map, like, and just skip all the content, that seems terrible. That's the teleportation problem in MMOs, where you skip all the content because you just teleport past all the zones you don't want to play. I gotta unlock Gooseberry, don't I? I'm testing this to see why he's doing duplicates when nobody else does.
Bye. Hi.
I'm just gonna set all these idiots to unlock. I don't understand why I'm doing it this way.
Bye.
Yo.
See you later.
Yo.
Well, that's fair. I can get behind the glass cannon. Really is the Naked Mage run all over again.
See you later.
Only real badasses, they don't need armor. Okay, what happened there? It ran it once. It adds +2 to both the numbers there. I think something is actually telling it to update the numbers, right? To make one equal to the other, and then it adds 2 more? Makes 0 sense. Something else has to be futzing with my numbers here. Oh, look at this right here. I just had the wrong numbers in there. I copy pasted like an idiot. My great arch nemesis copy paste has once again defeated me. But I'm so lazy about coding, I never want to do it twice, so I copy paste all the time. I think I have a net time save on it, but doesn't feel like it sometimes. Let's just unlock everybody. I don't want to continuously click that. He is unlocked, supposedly. Oh, never mind. It's actually skipping all these. I have Miranda locked because I want to have a funny dolly if you don't save her. Kind of surprised you played the game all the way up to level 50. That's quite a playthrough there. Your dedication to playing people's games is much higher than mine. Oh yeah, notepads. I keep a notepad over here, and I'll copy scripts into that notepad, and then I'll also foolishly copy scripts into into whatever open plugin I have, just to test it to make certain the syntax is right, and then I will accidentally save that plugin and forget it's even there, and then have an error. I've done that many times. I don't really care if that spawns over there.
Yo.
See you later.
Yo.
See you later.
Yeah, I added 2 that time.
Yo.
See you later.
Okay. Problem solved. Judging by the look of it. Yep. Oops. That was the wrong thing I did. Once again, console logs solve all problems. %, success rate. Even sometimes it's just to understand my own stupid logic at the time, or lack thereof. You know what that exposed? That these all have an error too. Nice. Because I copied the code from these. Yeah, I did that. Yes, I did. Alright. Save on that. I'm glad I caught this problem. That means I've been playing a much more powerful character than normal, so that's going to be important to note in balancing. So far I've been giving the player a lot more strength to make up for it and nerfing a lot of things, especially early on. I was being really mean to the player to start with. Where you could face the clown boss if you, but you wouldn't have any heal available. And if you wanted the heal, you had to go outside of the level, thus basically restarting it in order to talk to the quest NPC. So I let him give you the heal inside there. I even gave the player like 20% more starting health, just because I figure if I can almost die, then they probably will die a lot. The clown boss was a nightmare. I thought the Jack boss with his poison was like scaled terribly. Everything else does 1. He's doing like groups of 3. Stacks like 10 points of poison on you with a single attack. Yeah, that seems fair. Will literally kill the player if you haven't gotten all the upgrades. And I mean, it takes 10 seconds for the poison to kill you, so you do have heal probably by that point. If you didn't get any of that, you're screwed. But you deserve it at that point. If you unlock 0 upgrades by the time you're fighting the second boss, you probably did something wrong. Alright, so where are we at here? Yes, Prototype 2. Nobody cares about Prototype 2 right now. It is. And this. I was supposed to test this and try to fight the Annie boss, or Anna. Pretty much. It's really easy to just not even, not really balance this stuff here. Like, you think you're almost done, then you're like, wait a second, I've never even played through this game. I don't know if it's challenging or stupidly easy or anything like that. I just played like little snippets, but now I'm being like, trying to balance it around, like, the player having at least a somewhat challenging time, assuming they got every upgrade, but not like so hard that it's impossible. But I've also beaten almost all the bosses with like minimal upgrades too. But more importantly, there's a lot of bugs. I haven't successfully gotten past the... Actually, we're on the third boss now. You can beat the game all the way up to the third boss, and we haven't seen if there's bugs yet. And I haven't tested that one yet, but so far, there's all the bugs are squashed up to that, I think. Yeah, I don't know. It always feels like people are like, my game's a Souls game. Usually, I assume it's because they didn't want to balance it. They just made it intentionally really hard. So you got to grind a lot. I'm like, what makes the Souls games fun, not really my kind of fun, but fun for people, is you can usually win by skill. Like, it rewards your skill. Like, it's balanced in a way that you actually have to learn the attacks and get out of the way of things and stuff, not balanced on the have to grind or, it just being arbitrarily unfair like a lot of RM games seem to be. You're just like, well, that's terrible. They expect me to spend the next 3 hours grinding because it's a Souls game. Yeah, I mean, like, let's be real. Levels, those are for pussies too. Like, ain't no one need no levels here. No, it's good. For wimps, for losers. You got this. You don't need armor. Armor's for losers. Have you watched a speedrunner beat the games? They don't need armor. Why do you need armor, right? Total losers. That's what I heard. Pretty much. It would be the Jack boss that you'd have all the stuff by that point. I used to do game speed runs, so I know what it's like to have to win without equipment. Or very little equipment. And be under leveled like crazy. And it's you just get used to it after a while, It's just you start planning your games very differently. Also, once you know the patterns, it's a lot easier. A lot of the old games were very pattern centric.
I sense danger.
I still haven't tested to see if you can yank the quest NPCs to you. Where is she at? And it's kind of brutal. And that she's hard to find. Oh, yeah, that always sucks. They should never restrict those kinds of things. If you can, get to the boss or the enemy, like, you should just get the ability to just fight it. Like, like. I spent a lot of my time being a solo artist in those games, so I would find ways to defeat the bosses that groups were supposed to beat by myself. Just to prove their bosses were wimpy. Sure, it wasn't the most efficient thing to do. That didn't stop me. I'd still find ways to do it. It was either doing that, slaughtering other players who just were, in PvP areas, or trying to phase through maps just to see if I could find broken things. Not to phase through maps to cheat, none of that. That's no fun, but it is much more exciting if you can get into all those areas they didn't intend for. I remember once there was a, this is probably my favorite glitch ever. There was an outfit that I don't know what they did, but it was the most broken outfit I've ever seen in any game. Like, it looked amazing, first of all, so that in itself was pretty cool, but it produced infinite money if you used an exploit, which I didn't do because they banned your account if you did that. But also, I was just running out there, and it actually caused my character to shift into an alternate version of the world where only my character was there. So I had the entire world to myself. It just created a whole instance of the server. It was the weirdest thing. I spent like 2 hours running around the world just by myself. It's just like, where is everyone? I don't know. I'm still online. It still counts. Go inside every place I'm not supposed to because you could phase through walls and stuff. It was so weird. Best outfit ever. All the fashionistas were very upset that I had the outfit that they didn't. It was only available for I think like 3 hours, and I just happened to luck into getting it. I had another outfit in like Guild Wars 2 that was also pretty broken, but that was just because it made your character nude all the time. It's like, this outfit's like making me flash all the people. And it turned out that they, those models were a little more anatomically correct than they probably should have been. Thanks, Guild Wars 2. They removed that outfit from the game, by the way. Uh-huh. Yeah, I mean... yeah, if they were smart devs, but that game was, it was just a port from, you know, some Korea, I think it was from Korea or something like that, and they were just phoning it in. It was, that's why it was broken all the time. It was pretty funny. I think the game still exists. It's called Perfect World. It's, I don't know, it had its moments, but it wasn't a very good game. I played it because some woman I was dating long distance was like, you want to play this game with me? I'm like, I guess. I don't really want to, but sure. Yeah, pretty much. I remember we had a guild meeting inside of a statue. I showed everyone how to glitch through the statue, so we all just sat inside the statue and we're chatting and no one could figure out where we were. It was awesome. It was right in the center of the most populated city in the game. It's like, you can't find us. Here is the seam you must go through. Or what was it? Like, I remember playing Wildstar, and the morons gave me this character with so many mobility things. I don't know what they were smoking. I mean, just giving me a teleport's already a bad decision because I'm going to use that to glitch through all kinds of things. They gave me like this ridiculous leap, the teleport, a jump, and then they gave me some sort of weird explorer perk that like caused it to spawn higher up platforms. And then I spent my time going into every single area before it was released because I could get past every single boundary they put in because of all these ridiculous movement things. I'm just like, why would you do this? Don't give me these, you fool. It was funny. I guess I should actually try to kill the boss, but she hasn't broken yet. That's a good sign. And projectiles feel a little unfair from the regular Annies. I'm not sure how to really balance those. Either they're totally irrelevant, or they can be too powerful. But getting them to be midway in between seems hard. They don't do a lot of damage, though, so I guess it's fine. Oops.
Boom, baby.
They actually got really annoyed at me. You'd think they thought it was cool. They probably didn't like that I was posting screenshots of their new areas without them being released yet. They started adding, like, you know, poison fields and everything like that, making it almost impossible to go into the area. You just start taking damage in the zone. It didn't stop me from going there and taking screenshots, you understand, but it definitely would shorten my time thing there. I couldn't sit there and do quests and everything like I was doing. Like, guys, this new zone, I've already done all your quests. It just came out. Yeah, but I did them yesterday. It's fine. Don't worry about it. I think they fire a little too fast, maybe. I don't know. This doesn't feel balanced at all. They also don't feel threatening either. I might need to make them tougher or do more damage or something. My health's barely even moved. These might be the first enemies that actually get a power up. Oh my gosh, there was a character class. It was called the Mesmer, and it was in Guild Wars 2. I guess Guild Wars 2 is still a game, so it is. And that thing was so crazy because what it did, it fought by creating clones of itself, and it would move itself out of the way in order to I'm gonna power these up. In order to do all the things like that. So it would basically every match basically against enemy turned into almost like a chess match, as your character would become invisible and move around this essentially the battlefield and everything like that, while creating clones of themselves that would fight for you and do things. And a clever person could actually, defeat like whole armies of enemies this way too, because as long as you could get them into a pattern of moving around this board, you could effectively defeat any number of foes. Because, the clones all took one hit and died. However, you weren't taking the hit. It was just a clone that took the hit. Like a little mirror image. It was like a blast to play. It's like, well, I have you surrounded and outnumbered. 1 of me versus 30 of you. Definitely one of the more interesting classes I've played in an MMO. Actually, Guild Wars 2 had a lot of fun classes. That was a good game. Combat was more entertaining than the average MMO, which isn't exactly challenging. Annie needs some more something. She seemed irrelevant in that fight. And the regular Annie seems mildly pointless. So I don't need that. Make up keyboard. Okay, that was weird. Oh yeah, the engineer was great. That was pretty fun. I think I eventually just started playing the Necromancer because I played a lot of World v World, and the Necromancer was essentially the kill farmer, because it had these abilities that like would hit everyone in a proximity, like just everyone around you, without actually having to aim them. It effectively tagged them all for free loot. Oh yeah, I didn't play a lot of the regular PvP in there. I actually found the World v World more fun. The little solo ops was a lot of fun, or like we do like little covert ops with like a couple people. But actually, the best thing like that was that we'd take all the weird little gadgets we had that would turn us into stuff, and we'd get a bunch of people from the various servers, and we'd all just kind of march in a circle around the entire map as like toys or whatever, not fight anybody, just to see what people would do. It was really hilarious. That was on Blackgate at the time. We were like top tier World v World back then. I don't know what it is now, but it was you get bored sometimes. You're like, listen, I have all these fun gadgets. What do they do? Sadly, I loaned that account to a friend, and I came back like a year or two later, and they got that account banned. I don't know what they did, so I sadly can't go back at all my toys. I even had the portable auction house. That thing was great. The secret best class in the game, the auctioneer. You'll never have to do anything ever again, because you'll be rich. I guess I could speed this up. This is already really fast. Projectile 2. How do I make this stronger without making it broken? Actually, I almost want to slow them down, but make them do more damage. Oh, well, I mean, you know, Zerging was its own form of fun, I guess. Like I say, it was good for loot farming. I mean, how else are you going to get over like 50,000 kills? Like, you're not going to do that legitimately. But a lot of times I get a friend of mine and we would go and we'd take small targets, just the two of us. Or we'd hunt down stragglers. And that's where a lot of fun, the covert ops was a lot of fun. Well, actually, that was mostly just hunt down stragglers. If you got like 3 or 4 people, you'd often take out whole camps. But as a necromancer, you could actually just take out most of the camp yourself. Bring one other person along, you'd have no problem just defeating the whole camp in short order. So you take all the small targets out, and then they'd have to send forces over to take them back. Or you'd fight other covert ops teams. So that was a lot of the fun in that mode. If I had to pick between, you know, what I was going to do in there. So Zerging was in itself a free loot farm. I also ran a guild in the game, so I got roped into it. We got up to like 400 members. It was crazy. We capped out the population thing at the time for it. I was at the point where people didn't even know I was their guild master because there was so many people. Well, a lot of people knew, but not everyone. That wouldn't always be on, but there'd be people on 24/7, so I might never even meet people who joined. I hate leading guilds. I always end up a guild officer or a guild leader because nobody else wants the job and they vote me for it or something. Terrible. Hate it. No, no, no. No, thank you. I did enjoy their world, though. Their world was really cool. I completed the entire map. They had like the whole world multiple times with the guild. The best thing there, my favorite map ever done, I forgot the name of the map. It doesn't really matter because it was only what we did there. We were playing Rangers at the time. And this is very important because you didn't actually have to ever use any of your abilities. So there was actually a quest that gave you a chicken that you could carry. So you'd take the thing there and you wouldn't complete that. You just keep the chicken. And then you just march around the entire map carrying the chicken. And if you happen to be playing in Norn, it was a giant chicken. Or like one of the other classes, like, you know, like a char or something like that. You get this huge chicken, you just carry it with you the whole time. There was no reason. It's mostly about sending a message. The level of disrespect at beating the map, like it was not challenging at all. It was like, I got this. I could do the pseudo heaking shot here. What if these actually waited a bit instead? What if we did this here? And instead they moved more jerky motion, but just did way more damage. Would that be better? Right now they friggin' turn corners and stuff. I feel like I'm being chased by that boulder from UHF. It's ridiculous. They could do 2. The problem with balancing around such low numbers is that it really just makes it hard to balance because, you know, if everything does 1 and you make something do 2, that's double damage. But if you had everything did like 3 and you did make it do 4, you know, that's only 33% more damage, so it's not as bad. Yeah, Annie does not do enough damage at all. He's a wimp. I think her darkness pulls probably need to do like 2 or something. But it applies it immediately, so I gotta be really careful about that. The Jack one, he'd stack them all. Well, it was a dot. Whereas this would be all at once. I don't know. A lot of her thing might be that she just needs to do attacks more often, too. Like, I can tweak all of her time. She's got so many weights in her thing. Right? Let's see. Where are you at, Annie? Where is Annie at? I don't need this anymore. I can make these actions just trigger faster too. Give her like a 10% speed increase for performing any of these actions. Even this can have a slight increase for that matter too. She's supposed to be the third boss. I mean, she should be significantly tougher than the first boss, and she doesn't feel like she's significantly tougher at all. Let's speed it up. Oh yeah, originally I was going to give her a game over if you happen to, if she could get the darkness high enough. In a later version of these ones, like, I actually partially programmed them in, but the Annies have a thing where they were, if enough darkness is applied, they become, like, you know, they shift their entire attack pattern and become like these assassins instead and try to kill you in the darkness. As opposed to, like, running away the whole time, which they normally would, and, like, trying to shoot you. They become much more sinister. But then I was like, well, I'll add that into a later prototype, because I just want to kick this one out the door, and every time I try to kick this out the door, something else happens. Oh, speaking of which, I got the worst news. Apparently, the sound effects pack, I was using one of them, they were found to have a bunch of stolen sounds in there. And I don't know which ones. I used a bunch of sounds from there, which means now I need to figure out if those sounds are stolen or not. So I might not have the rights to use a bunch of sounds that I could have used in this game. I don't know. So now I'm just like, oh boy. Might be doing some sound stuff here. Depending upon when I find out what they say. I just found out today, a couple hours before the stream. I'm like, really? Alright. One more obstacle in the way of this poor game. Alright, Annie, how much tougher are you this time? I'm fighting her with the minimum abilities that you could have before entering this level. Actually, no. Every ability you could have before this level, but you could leave the level and get more abilities if you wanted them. You could actually get 2 additional spells and some other abilities, so... you know, I assume they wanted money. And I bought it from the Unreal Marketplace, you know, like that. And I talked to, you know, I talked to Epic about it for a refund, and they don't do a refund if it's after 14 days. And I'm like, even for stolen stuff? And they're like, nope. So they don't even care. I was like, that's awful. But I'm not even going to hold that much against Epic, because they've given me like over 300 free games at this point, so I'm willing to, and they might lose some money legally, maybe. I don't know. Like I said, they've given me so many free things that I'm just going to give them a pass anyway, because they easily paid me back in spades by this point. And it is impossible for them to check the origins of every single thing, so I mean, I guess it's not that great. Whatever. It feels a little awkward. But you know what the worst part is? I actually recommended that sound pack to so many people because it was such a good deal. Now I feel like a jerk for giving everyone that. Or getting everyone to buy that. Maybe she doesn't need projectiles at all. Maybe she just spams darkness everywhere. Needs to be 2 now. Even that doesn't feel like it, because look at how many I just got hit by, and it only kind of did some damage. Oh yeah, I don't think they get mad at me. I just, you know, feel bad that I recommended it to him. I mean, if they're mad at me for not knowing that something, like, you know, that's on like the Unity market, the Epic market, and the and itch.io, and had like hundreds of reviews and everything like that, saying positive things like that, I don't care. That's perfectly fine. No one likes them anyways, what I just heard. That's my opinion on it. But I just feel bad for recommending it to people. Plus I have their music pack too, so they're claiming they have all the rights to all that stuff, so maybe they do, I don't know. I'm waiting for them to post some proof that they actually have the rights to all that. Because I don't trust them anymore. No. Not after some guy put up a literal YouTube video showing the files they were, you know, some of the files that they had stolen and where they were from. I was like, wow. Someone brought the receipts. Oh, she does a lot more damage now. She's still not very tough. And keeping in mind I have 0 of the upgrades that I could get after, you know, going to this area. I did increase the player's health by 2 base to start with, and I added an additional +2 health and +2 mana upgrades before this, so that's like, you know, 40% more base health. Okay, I hate the new projectiles. They suck. They just make them feel irrelevant. I could give the projectiles their own movement patterns. That feels a little weird though, like unless the projectile is sentient. I don't see why they would have their own move patterns. Projectiles are kind of boring. They really don't do a whole lot interesting. They just go in one direction. Or they can heat seek. But other than that, doesn't think there's a lot of mechanics you can truly do with them. At least not in the form of how they move. Well, we'll just give me increased damage and the their original movement without the weight on there. Also, Anna seems like she could be, again, tougher. Like a lot tougher. I almost wish I kept Galv's mouth projectiles for purposes of the boring projectiles. I don't know how I feel about that. One of the big problems is the projectiles will hit each other, and I probably need to program in something where they don't do that. Originally, I was just doing a game map distance thing calculation for them. But the problem with that is you're not getting a distance to their collider. You're getting a distance to wherever the event is. Which if the collider is an odd shape and not a circle, doesn't work very well. This would be one of those RM was never meant to do this kind of scenarios. I guess I would just keep speeding her up. Also, I kind of wonder how necessary these things are where it does like patterns of them. Like the patterns don't even seem that good. I just do one that's randomly around the player that seems much stronger. And I could probably simplify these a lot. I don't know. That'll be like a later version. I don't want her to be unfair. But I do want her to be a little more present. We're no longer doing that. I don't know why I have a triple move towards... Well, I guess I wanted to move 3 times, potentially. But do I really want her to move 3 times? I don't think I do. Because she runs through her movement patterns, and then runs through an attack pattern. And I didn't label anything because I'm a terrible person. And I wish I labeled everything right about now. Let's make our global action ticker a little better. Right. And we're leaving the darkness thing off. So she's like, you know, a little bit faster. I made her about 20% faster overall from the global, and then all of her other abilities are slightly faster. I don't want to up her damage too much because everything is pretty low HP. But keeping in mind that you could actually have a huge amount of upgrades if you wanted to fight her with them, like if you wanted to go get them. They're not hard to get either. You just have to beat Fortuna's game, all the modes of it, and you would unlock all the abilities. I moved Tinka up so she's no longer she doesn't look like she's a a midget anymore. It used to be that you could walk up to the painting and she was actually like 1 space lower, so she looked really, really short. And in reality, she should be about the same height as Puppet. I mean, they both have funny hats on, and I mean, Tinka's got heels on, so she'd be a little shorter, but they're pretty similar height. Unlock rewards. Yeah, this would be this one here.
Bye. Are you ready?
There's no rewards for unlocking the last area, other than you just get to fight the last area and get a funny extra dialogue if you happen to beat it.
I sense danger.
It's supposed to be an unfinished area.
Take cover.
I did get those things a slight delay beforehand, and then they go flying at you. They don't fire very far anymore. That's probably why I had to wait. Right? Because the weight where you without the weight, it just keeps cycling through this as fast as possible. I think it actually works better if you wait like a frame than it does to actually put the weight on here, if memory serves. Well, then there's no way to control the distance that it would go. I guess I just leave it as it is. Fine. Normally I don't want the weight because it makes a jerky movement, but unless I'm going to recode how it works, I don't really see what else I plan on doing. I mean, I don't see myself recoding it for the prototype. I think I foolishly thought it'd have the ability to level up these abilities too, so they do even more damage in the first version. It's already hard enough just balancing the abilities even existing in the first place, let alone having the ability to level those up too. I think I'm just going to have every single thing is unlocked by simply doing something in the game. There's not going to be any abilities you can just buy. Always remember, for some reason I thought making a, Diablo and RPGMaker would somehow be a good thing to do, before I work on my other game again. Yeah, it's some little tiny thing to take up some time, Nothing too hard. There's a lot in Diablo. A lot.
You ready? I sense danger.
Pretty much. I don't have a minigame collection that's bloated. I just have a game idea collection that's bloated. I keep making all these game ideas and then I throw them out because I think of something better.
Take cover.
And it's just awful.
Take cover.
It's just absolutely awful.
Take cover. Take cover.
There's Fortuna.
Take cover.
Yeah, they do a lot of damage now. I might want to slow down how often they spawn. Okay, I think my issue is that the Annies themselves are too fast and how often they fire. Because they have so many of them. Yeah, I was going through my collection of versions of my original game. And they had so many major revisions and a character swap and complete looks change, and it was just, oh my gosh. I learned so much about how to do 3D modeling during that time too and everything, and just so many things I learned, how to use particles and things. I just kept changing it, making it better and better and better, but as a result that game never got released. So this checks if they are at least 600 away. And if they are, then they can fire. So I just need to increase this timer. They fire a lot. Like, they can really overwhelm. Maybe we'll just do one shot a second, because, I mean, there's going to be like 4 to 5 of those idiots running around. And they cause a lot of damage. And I'm pretty certain it's just a 60 frame wait. Like that anymore. For that. No, they attack half as often at that point. If they're closer to the player, then they get significantly more aggressive. Which I think I'm fine with, to be honest. Oh yeah, they have an additional one here, right? Is this part of the other aggressive thing? Yeah, let's speed this up. This attack is probably why they're so fire so often. I'm doubling them all to see what happens. Pretty much. You know, the fans think they know what they want until you give them what they ask for. So if they are right next to the player, I'm fine with this, right? Yeah. Yeah, if you're close to them, I want them to act a lot faster. Because I want them to be cowards and run away. I really need to... I hate nested ifs. Like, they're almost completely worthless anywhere but in RPGMaker because they don't have switch statement. So it makes it just such a pain to keep track of the logic of things. It's just, ugh. I put so many things in plugins. But the problem is you can't run movement commands inside of plugins. Well, not easily. There are ways to do it, but it takes a lot of work. Because everything in a plugin executes in one frame, and yeah. A movement command cannot execute in one frame, which is why it will not work. Of course, to counteract that, you can have your own objects and have them do things. When that's what these are. Like, these are my own objects that are sitting there and animating these characters, which is why they can move like this and do everything. Like the movements are still being handled by the game itself, but the actual decision on which animation to play in the frames is being handled by an object I introduced.
Are you ready?
Then you can have your own wait times. You can also fake movement. But unless you're going to start inserting your own objects into it,
Sense danger.
all of them operate autonomously from the actual RPGMaker thing, so RPGMaker has no idea what's going on. It's just pulling the wool over its eyes.
Take cover. Take cover.
Well, that's how it goes, you know. It starts with a simple idea of Harold crossing the map, and pretty soon, Harold had to save the world.
Take cover.
They're still firing pretty often here. I still gotta balance their item drops, too. The generic healing items seem a little outclassed, though. Okay, that does a lot of damage. I'm not sure I want to increase the damage on that. See, just a couple little tweaks and suddenly now they're all really dangerous. Oops.
Stop. Lovely. Take cover. Take cover. Take cover. Take cover.
It still feels like they fire too fast. It feels like they fire really fast. All right, so this is. Start commenting this. I keep track of things easier. Far away from player. Does this. Oh, that's right. Oh, I forgot. I still have the thing built in where they have the aggressive darkness thing there. Low darkness levels. I forgot I was making the Annie significantly more complicated than the other ones there because I was starting to introduce mechanics by then. There's more complicated versions of the other ones too, for that matter, but these ones had a global mechanic I was messing with. Let's see here. Why do I even have this here? It's like... Okay. I got tired of them being unable to fight if you were right next to them. Oh yeah, that's right. They can jump if they're within a certain range of you and the darkness is high enough. The jump attack is fine. It's already under the if darkness is high. Actually, it's not an attack. Oh wait, this isn't a projectile at all. This is 178. What is 178? Oh. Alright, well, this needs to be reworked. I don't think the darkness can even get high enough for this to matter yet. Maybe it can. What am I saying? What am I doing? It's just a stab attack. Obviously, a stab attack need to be at point blank range. That's how they work. That'll make it easier to figure out where everything is. And then let's go ahead and make it not ridiculous, 'cause I think that's what was happening. Is just under the effects of darkness, they were significantly faster. That should be fine. Anything else I want to do with them? Starting to feel like the player should get some sort of a basic damage upgrade. All the abilities actually do more damage than the basic attack, and the basic attack is free. Like, you can spam it to your heart's content. I don't want to make it too good, because then you'll just use those over all the other spells, and that's not very good. It is possible I might need to give the player more mana, or just reduce the cost of everything but heal, because heal is too strong. But if I make the enemies too strong, then heal becomes absolutely necessary. So, I don't know. Balancing sucks. It's very time consuming. Remind me to make a point and click adventure next time. I'm just saying. Or some game that doesn't actually use a lot of numbers, and not a Diablo game. That is all about balancing.
I sense danger.
It'll be easier to balance it when I let people actually test it out, though, for me. That'll make a big difference, I think. Right now, the big problem is that I want the first version to come out and be at least playable, and then I don't have to worry about someone just stealing it. Like, you know, at least I'll have proof it's mine. Whereas if I just hand it to people to test and they just steal it, that would just suck.
Take cover.
And I also want the first version to not be garbage, so this way people go, oh, you know, they get excited by the project. But I don't want to invest so much time into it that it's, you know, a completed game or anything, because that'll take forever. As evidenced by the 200 plus hours of stream time I have put into this already. Probably more than that now. Well, this is the 60th stream of this game. We're at 60, and each one is at least 3 hours, though some have been as long as 8.5 hours. The current longest one. I have no idea how many hours I put into this on stream, but this is for like 4 areas, 4 bosses, 4 types of enemies, and 4 quests. I use the basic attack like 90% of the time. I use the poison board. It's better than I think it is, but because once it's on them, they just take the damage over time, and they can't really dodge it or anything. Yeah, well, I mean, just imagine if I made again, it looked more like the story areas of this game. The whole game just looked like that. I wouldn't even need all these like 2.5D things, which are just a lot of extra work. Now the dolls feel too weak. Like before they were doing a lot of damage to me, and now I just seem to be completely rickrolling them.
Take cover. Take cover. Take cover. Lovely. Take cover. Take cover. Lovely. Boom, baby. Boom, baby.
Be slow applying that.
Take cover. Take cover. Boom, boom, baby. Boom, baby. Take cover.
So it is relatively fun at this point, though. I think it's at a level where it's fun enough, and it does force you to dodge, and she does do an incredible amount of damage if you are stupid enough to stand in those circles. Like, it punishes hard. It could probably just straight kill you if she gets really feisty. Like, it does 2 plus applies darkness for each one. Look at how much damage that did. If you're dumb enough to get hit by that and stay there, you just get, like, you get hit by all that, you'll just die. So I guess I probably shouldn't buff her too much. I mean, I have done a lot of dodging during this to try to fight her. The only question is maybe the darkness might be too strong,
Take cover.
because there's no way to heal it. And it is a second every point on there, so you could be dark the whole time pretty easily. Fortuna. I'll rescue her in a second. Oops. Got switch spells. That's definitely a good plan there, everybody, German. You know, just we're gonna start simple. Start with the simple mini games, and then eventually, after you've had Harold cross the map, then you work your way up to
Stop.
Harold clicking on things on the map. Yes.
Boom, baby. Boom, baby.
You know what I really want to make? A Metroidvania. I love those games. But then I think to myself, going, you know, like I'm thinking like, you know, Bloodstained, you know, Curse of the Moon kind of game, and you know, basically like the, or Castlevania Symphony, that would be like the progenitor of this style of game. And you know, then you realize that it took a whole team of people multiple years to make that, like a team of, you know, 50 plus people, multiple years to do that, or something stupid. So maybe I shouldn't try to make something like that.
Boom, baby.
Oops, I'm pretty hurt. Yeah, she does a lot of damage, so maybe I mean, there have been plenty of points where I'm like nearly dead here. But she hasn't broke at any point in this. And it has been relatively fun fighting her. Like, there's no inactive points there.
Take cover. Take cover.
So I might actually get 2 of the bosses balanced on her, maybe even 3. I might even go for balancing the unfinished boss. Back in fight. I've almost won.
Boom, baby.
Got her, finally. With 11 seconds of darkness left on me. How to rescue Fortuna.
Take cover.
Who is also inconveniently stuck in something.
I wonder where I can find that. Take cover. Take cover. Take cover. Take cover.
I don't seem to be able to pull her around like I was hoping.
Follow me. Don't even try. I need more energy.
She's right there. She did come out.
Don't even try.
They still fire pretty often, even though I increased the most of their times by double.
Take cover. Take cover.
Yeah, you know, I think that's a lot of where RMs tends to kind of have its problem. People tend to get these incredible ideas, and then game.cop out happens. they just, you know, it's like, well, I just want to kick something out the door, or I'll never finish, so I just won't, you know.
Follow me. Take cover. Take cover. Take cover.
Okay, well, that's a problem. I gotta solve the mystery of the quest NPCs getting stuck inside of things. This is just a real problem. I'm gonna try exiting and re-entering and seeing if it resets everything or not. I don't remember if it did or not. I don't think the boss can spawn again, though. But I probably need a thing to make certain quests have been completed, too.
Congratulations.
Oh, the mouse is fighting with it. It wants to move me to a place it's not supposed to. Stupid mouse glitch. I never solved that. If I re-enter this area,
Are you ready?
what happens? I think I do need to set up some sort of system so things don't respawn, but I can also let them replay bosses if they want.
I sense danger.
I might want to fix that. Yeah, you can respawn them. Okay, well, that's... I was thinking that for prototype too, but... I mean, do I care if they redo the quests or not? I mean... There's no real reward for beating him again other than you get some items. It might be fun, I guess, if they want to fight him again. Huh. That's an interesting question. Am I fine with them collecting the tarot cards again to summon the boss? Basically just grinding. Yeah, I am actually. That's perfectly fine. Oh, these are quest NPCs, that's right. Actually, if I introduce a weight like this, and that means they'll spawn last, then they'll run this test? Maybe that's a secret. I can just rely upon the same system. Let's see if it hits something. Because they get stuck in things a lot, and the more blocks you put in the way, the more likely they are to get stuck in things. Overall, I was pretty pleased with Anna there, though. So she seemed pretty reasonable. I'll work on the next area then, because I feel okay about it. Like, he was fun enough. The Jack boss is fun enough. They're not like super OP though. She does feel a little unfair, kinda. Not quite though. And I didn't have any of the upgrades that you could get by simply leaving Fortuna out and then going and playing her game. But he did have all the max upgrades you could have gotten before going to her. There is a spell you get that makes you invincible for a certain period of time that you can get from Fortuna by beating her the 4th stage of her game. It is not balanced one bit. Not yet. Let's just try the next area. I don't have to balance, I don't have to fix the quest NPC problem right now because I'm going to get to see it tested over and over by simply going into the other things area anyway, so whatever. Actually, wait a second. Wait. There are 0 rewards that you get for beating this area, other than the rich and creamy knowledge you beat the area, plus a secret, you know, fun Easter egg or 2. And bonus credits for actually if you really want to see them. Of course, you could also just talk to Tinka and get those. Let's just do this, and I also need, there's 2 more I need. Full upgrades. That means I can make this boss as hard as I want. Did I fix his hit points? I might have messed up the hit points because I was testing things out. Yeah, so it needs to be 40. He has 100 health? You know, when I first put this area in as just an Easter egg thing, it was so broken. Like, all the collisions were wrong, the enemies didn't work right, and everything like that. It was supposed to be just an unfinished area. But maybe because I realized I couldn't stand how horrible it was, I just ended up putting a lot more effort into it. And this supposed easy Easter egg to just throw in and add some extra stuff turned out to be a lot of work. A lot of work indeed.
I sense danger.
Don't cross me.
Why does it leave a little blue splotch?
Ouch! Ouch! Ouch!
That's weird. I don't know why I left the blue splotch that time. The slow pools don't even actually hurt you, they just slow you down to like half speed. He's gonna need a lot of work to be even remotely a threatening boss. I should give him some ridiculous ultimate attack too.
Don't even try. I need more energy.
But he is most definitely not a threat. They do a lot of damage, though. I should also reorder these abilities, because you usually unlock heal first. I actually took out the functionality to switch between them, because I would have to rework a whole event for it, and I just didn't want to do it. When I was just going to add it back into the prototype, too, anyway. It's like, oh, I'll just save it.
I wonder where I can find that. Take cover. You're welcome. Don't even try.
Their death sound might be a little long. They just don't seem very relevant. I don't think I coded the functionality in to change the color of them as I was doing it, because, like, I mean, if I did, I could actually have them turn into shadows. But I have the functionality, and if you add the animation for that, but I guess I could remove their animation and add it back in. And turn them into shadows if they happen to be close enough. Would that be cool? I mean, it would be cool, but would it be, something I wanted to put in this version? They definitely seem very irrelevant, though. Huh, well, that looks weird. And walk over one of the branches. Whatever. I'm not deeply concerned about that. Nope. For the most part, though, a lot of the collision is pretty good for this map. Yeah, I don't even know where the boss went, where Snufflewuffle went. Okay. That did not complete. Alright. So let's see. Request NPCs is here. I think I just forgot to actually include the quest completion thingy. Almost certainly. Actually, wait a minute. So when a map is built, where did I set this up? Move all these random console logs I forgot about. What's right here? We make a whole specialized transfer system because the other one won't do what you need it to do. Then I made one in Unreal Engine. It was actually easier to make. But when you're building random maps, you gotta do a lot of strange things with it to make it work. Maybe it's under area setup. I don't know where I put the actual the quest thingy in here. There's got to be somewhere in here. Actually, let's just type quest. Of course, you know, the downside is because the game is called Poppet Quest, you can't just type that in. Of course, WinCon handles the Tarot quest and the boss quest. What handles the random, you know, quest where they just when the NPC shows up. Oh yeah, yeah. MV surprisingly is more powerful than people give it credit for. Sorry, MZ is. MV is garbage, but MZ does a lot. Like, you'd be surprised how many things you can make it do that MV could never handle. I definitely did a lot of testing and pushing MV to its limits. And, oh god. Yeah, you can get away with so many things in common events, like, especially if you're, you know, a little clever with your programming, so you don't overload the thing. I'm calling story at some point. Story 2. Actually, I'm going to search for story. It's just quest 1 that's being put up there. And quest 3, of course, but quest 2 is mysteriously not present. But it would be during the map being set up, because the NPC isn't even spawned in yet. It can't be them doing it. Should have paid more attention, made some notes of where these things were at. So let's run through the thing here. Map load happens right here. Guess I should have checked that first. Or maybe I just missed it. But start of your map load happens. And the way I work the system for the map transfers is you flip a switch, and then it checks it takes the self variable of whichever portal I have, gives it to a global variable because it can't read these self variables. It screws it up. That's the problem with it. Then it runs and dictates how the area is going to be and where it's going to go, and then it transfers the player. And then I have another thing that's checking every time a new map is loaded, which is like, I think, Galv's plugin. And then it runs through the thing to build the map and everything based on the area variables that were defined here, so it knows. And it randomly creates the map if it needs to. If it's just going to a story map, it doesn't do that, but the randomized maps have to be done. Map selector here also randomizes which map you go to as well if you're doing random maps. I actually had 9 random maps because initially I had intended to have the maps like them kept in an array for which one you were going to and what the variables were going to be for that, so you could just have an entire randomized world. And then I realized that I didn't really have gameplay for that world, so it didn't seem like all that necessary. Like, the whole gameplay idea didn't really work with it. Maybe in the future I might do it, but it basically would have allowed me for an infinitely large map. But not infinite content for the map. So yeah, I need to do this when a quest NPC is rescued. Thankfully they're all quest 2, so I can just put that, and then I think it's just true is put afterwards, right? Pretty certain that's what it was. See, WinCon will have it. Yeah, I wrote it like that. So I mark that as true, and it will complete that area. What was the other change I was thinking? Oh yeah, the boss doesn't do anything. The boss is awful. Like, that boss just isn't even a threat. Nobody even cares that boss is there. These are slowly becoming much more finished, though, which I don't like, that I have to make them basically finished because the big joke is they're not finished. They do need to be a threat. I can make them significantly more aggressive. We'll make them faster first before we do weird things with them. And they don't seem to have a overall ticker. I guess 30 is their ticker here. They did reduce the wait time on this, so they'll come at them a lot faster. We could just move faster. That might be an interesting idea. Just make them really quick. I really haven't had an enemy that moves that fast, so that could be a real problem if the player has a hard time having no way to dodge them. Well, why not experiment? This boss is already faster. But he felt completely irrelevant. Okay, well, we're going to do some stealing here of abilities from these other ones here that were already better done. I guess it's got to relocate your player anyway, but I think the jump is better, right? He has like all these weird dashes and stuff. Huh. Actually, I think I'll just borrow this thing here. I don't need all those. He's got a lot of things there. I'm just going to jump to a space near the player, though. Even ramming speed's not a bad thing. Forces them to charge after the player. Let's give it this. This has an action ticker. Is that the same action ticker? Well, otherwise, there's this else here that seems stupid. So if he can't pass, he just does nothing. I think I'll undo that so he doesn't get stuck on things. And then... That might just make him more relevant in general, honestly. He has a sword throw. You know what I could do is I could have him like fire swords from the ground around the player. Huh. Let's see, I need an image here real quick. Pull that up. Well, it would look weird if it was in that direction, so... Upwards, I guess? I don't know. Sure. And then... no. Let me see. How do I plan on doing this? Transparency particles editor. Drag it over the screen here. Actually, let me try to load something real fast just to make certain I'm not doing off something I don't wish to show people. Bring it back over the screen in a second. Sure, whatever, that's fine. That looks crazy. Well, if I wanted Teddy to have some sort of spinning attack, but I didn't want to animate it, I could get away with that. Actually looks less cool that way. Now I'm curious. I don't really know what I would do with that, but you know. Anyway, there shouldn't be a rotation speed. I think what I was looking more for was this. And then I don't really want point. What I'm looking at is probably just a circle, in all honesty. Probably just 100. And then starting rotation, nada. And then accelerate the Y position, I believe. Do not accelerate the Y position. Mistakes were made. Nope. That's crazy. Let me use speed at all. Just use acceleration, I think. And I think negative 1,000 brings up. No. It rotates them. How do I do this? I've done this before. Print ending speed. Okay. That's weird that some of the roads are rotating. Oh, I know why it doesn't do anything. I guess the timing on them isn't very good here. 0.1. I wonder if burst would do something different there. Burst does not. Point. Yeah. I mean, circle usually gets the job done anyway. It works as it is. For the illusion of what I want, I think I need to do a quick change to this graphic. Yeah. Because what I want is sword things to erupt from the ground. So the reality is this needs to not be there. This is a portion of it. Because I want him to erupt from the ground like he's stabbing out of the ground. I just wonder if there was a way to make these move up faster, but I think that's not the case. There you go. That's how it was. I knew it worked somewhere. Because by having like the black there, it'll look like it goes dark. Also an alpha end, because if you don't have the alpha end, it does this. And that would not be very good. But for an alpha end, it causes them to fade out. And then the additional black usually makes it where they're a little more shadowy. Reduce the alpha start a bit too, for that matter. Alright. Actually, I'm going to do that off screen just in case there's anything in the ones I don't want to see. No, there's not. But you never know. Let's see, I guess I'll call it blade pool because I have a bunch of other pools, which is just a type of attack I refer to, where you're just putting crap on the ground. So, yeah. For purposes of keeping track of these things, I will name it after the same thing as everything else. Let's see. We'll drag this particle over here. All right, and then I don't remember how these even get added into my system here. I mean, the darkness pool should probably get the job done too. Let's see. Oh, that's a small target circle. That needs to stay. And the graphic name I used was what? And then I gotta name it something, and I define this damage right in here. So it's gonna work a lot like these the darkness pool does, I guess. I mean, is it? It just does damage. I don't really define any kind of status ailments in here, so it's usually just where they can level up and define damages like that, so I don't really need to do too much too crazy. I know I renamed him Snuggle Waffle, but listen, I'm not changing every instance of the Teddy boss to that. It's just not happening. I'm not sure where the type actually figures in, but it probably does somewhere. Actually, never mind, I think I have an idea. Let's double check this here, but I'm pretty certain it factors in down here somewhere. Okay, yeah, what the pools do right here. It already does object damage right there, so I don't need any other effect, right? It doesn't apply slow or anything. I mean, it could apply slow if I wanted to. That seems unnecessary. Alright. Bring this up here. Mistakes were made. Indeed, indeed. I need a status duration. I guess I can leave it on, it doesn't really matter. And the poison timer is just how long the thing stays around. I want a better version of that, but I haven't made it yet. Okay, so alright, and 123 is the event in question. So if he's closer, do I just close to the player or not? Let's see. If he's within 220 of them, he does this. Also, if he's within 1,000, he'll do this. That's reasonable. He currently randoms 3 abilities here. I don't think he needs a teleport sword throw and a regular sword throw, so I think I'm going to remove the second sword throw here. And then what I'm going to do is this here. Replace this attack with the blade pools. And I already have a system set up to spawn everything, so I don't care. Special has to be done here. It was 123, right? Like, I'm not silly. Alright. Eddie should have a new toy. Let's see how it looks. I may need to spawn a second, pool right at the same spot. It looks like darkness, but have it just like one higher than it, so it looks like the blades are coming out of the darkness. We'll see.
I sense danger.
Oh, why do you need to stay up so late? That seems... I mean, I know why I do it. But why do you got it? That seems like a terrible plan.
Take cover.
Don't cross me.
Oh, look. Okay, they do a lot of damage, by the way.
Boom, baby.
The infamous Hydra cat. Oh, no, it's not Hydra, it's the Cerebus cat. 2 cat heads. Oh, that's fair.
Don't even try.
I hear you on that one. I work full time and then I come home and stream too, and I do not actually have an 8-hour period between streaming and work. Or getting off work and then going back to streaming. So I just sleep 2 different times in the day and end up exhausted. I do get more sleep technically though. Even if it is like 3 hours here, 3 or 4 hours there kind of thing. That is more than the 6 I was usually getting. So it's not awful. Where'd you go, Snuggle Waffle? You're here somewhere, right? Maybe.
Don't even try.
I don't know where he went. He got lost. Not a very effective boss. There he is. Gone again. Where'd you go, buddy? Oh, I know why I did different than the other ones. Yeah, 4 hours sucks. You should definitely sleep more than that. The whole exhausted sleep is a terrible plan. As much as I like game dev, part of why I think I had so many health problems was due to the game dev thing there. And also hurting my neck. But I'm sure all the game dev and spending way too much time in front of a computer, not getting exercise or not going out and doing things was just not helping. So definitely it's real easy to overdo it as I sit here and game dev / and then if you get all, hurt from it, then you'll never finish your game. So you gotta pace yourself. Oh, I know what I was thinking. Let's see. I made one called Boss Relocate Near Player. And I think I switched the clown head to using just that as well. Because I don't really want them to go somewhere else necessarily. No, the clown head actually just relocates all over the place. But I want the Teddy boss to be aggressive. Just really aggressive. Yeah, I have a roommate. That's what he does. He'll sit there and he'll just only sleep small amounts of time, and then he'll end up falling asleep in front of his computer over and over. Keeps the worst sleeping schedule ever. Just, it's not worth it.
You ready?
Not that I keep a good sleeping schedule either, so, you know. Probably. I mean, you know, if you like dev late into the night and everything like that, and you just do it all the time, eventually you start thinking in code and game dev ideas, and it can get bad. Like anything you obsess with, it can definitely go over into your dreams. When you know you should probably take a break. When you start dreaming of the code, it's not a good thing. It's not a good sign. Where you at, Snuggle Waffle? Once again, you are not present. Starting to feel that I haven't been sleeping either right now myself. It's already almost 7 a.m. here. But I'm also kind of interested in doing this. So at some point what will happen is I'll start to have a hard time even maintaining enough focus to remember what I'm doing. And sitting in front of here won't actually be helping. I mean, yeah, I love pumping my streaming hours, but if you're just staring at the screen, not even remember what you're doing, it can get pretty bad. I've definitely seen many a sunrise that had some great game idea. I don't know where the boss went. He went somewhere else. I keep seeing him flicker over here. Where you at, buddy? You should be teleporting near me, not somewhere else, right? We need so much work. I figured this boss was going to need an infinite amount of work, but I want the boss to at least show up, even if it doesn't have a lot of cool attacks or anything.
Don't even try. I wonder where I can find that. Take cover. Don't even try. Take cover.
Yeah. Really, the reason why I was up with that kind of problems is I like health problems backed up by not sleeping. Between the two of them, it just didn't. Yeah. All I'd say is don't injure your neck. It's very important. That's all you really need to know. Just don't do it. It's important. Snugglewolf would like me to not leave.
Hey, buddy.
Uh, That's almost an okay attack, but I don't like it. Let me fix this. I really wanted to have a let's do it if it's farther down, and then I don't want it to be that solid. Now I really want them to fade in. Actually, there might be a better plan here. Blade pool. Also, one of the things I found is the long nights of coding while streaming can actually be pretty taxing after, especially a full day of work. I've definitely found that to be pretty rough. Pretty rough indeed. Even if I enjoy streaming and game dev a lot. Probably shouldn't be pounding caffeine all night either. That can't possibly be helpful. Why aren't you present, Teddy? Why do you keep running away? I mean, the clown head's probably the best at staying nearby the players. What does the clown head do? He just does a jump to space near player. It might be cooler for the Teddy to do that anyway, to be honest. I think a lot of times that these there's a lot of extra behaviors and they kind of cause the boss to kind of just faff about and not do anything useful. Like, yeah, it's cool to random all these, but are they really that good of a plan here? This is like 1 in 100 relocate near the player. I'd rather the boss jump. Make him super more aggressive. Is that really an else off of that? Like if it can't pass, take forever to do that? Or is that a different one? Want the boss to be much faster at getting places. So if he's within that, he swings. That's not a big deal. If he's within 1,000, he does this. Action ticker is 30 on that. Should be fine. There's anything particularly bad about that. I think he just is too far away 90% of the time. That's right, I can just talk to her to enter there.
I sense danger.
Oh, that reminds me. I was wondering why I couldn't get the pull the enemies or the players. No, I had the quest mouse with me. Let me. Forgot to even change that. While I'm thinking about it, I don't forget again. I remember when I go to test, but I'm like, I didn't make the change. Oh no. So let's see. Doesn't seem like a quest completed at all, not what they say. I'm trying to make the block pull the NPCs. Oh. Catch you later, Blind German. Thanks for swinging by here and keeping me company here. Hopefully you can get a chance to get a little more sleep there. Hopefully we all can. Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow night. Or I guess... Well, will it be tomorrow night? Does it count as tonight? I don't know. Depends on what time it is a day for you right now. All these time zones confuse me so much. Oof. I forgot where this character doesn't move, and they should. Let me test and see how the Teddy thing is, and then I'll test the other thing in a second. He's like Omega aggressive now. Flow's obnoxious. I'm glad I didn't make it do damage too. At least not okay, that does a lot of damage. Good, 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 good. It's supposed to do a lot of damage. Plus, he makes all the other Teddies more dangerous because of the fact that he slowed you. I might tone down his weird hopping thing though. He sure hops a lot. On the other hand, he hasn't been lost yet. I think. I don't know, he's kind of gone again. Where'd you go, buddy? I'm just complimenting you on your ability to stay with us. Here you are. One of the danger signs up here, you know he's nearby, so. Oh, he's got a pretty good range on him there. Get near you, and if he happens near, he'll just stab you. Plus, that does a lot of damage. Well, I'm definitely feeling the excitement on that, though it doesn't actually, when he showed up, it didn't actually do the boss thingy, right? Didn't say Snuggle Waffle. I want to test one more thing, and then it's that, and then I'm probably gonna end up calling it for the night. We're at the point where no one's currently watching, and it's been a lot of hours. 5 hours, 13 minutes. So. It's WinCon that does it. I'll solve the quest thingy tomorrow. I'm gonna do one more quick test and see if the NPC will get dragged out by that, or if it even is playing the right code. I don't even know if it is. Honestly, I probably shouldn't even bother with that, thinking about it. Because I'm gonna... It's code that I'm gonna end up testing a bunch of times anyway. So, yeah, I don't know.
I sense danger.
Whatever, I'll test it. I might forget to do it later. The fact that you can get all the way through 3 of the bosses now, it's a playable game. I mean, I haven't killed him yet to get to the last thing there, and there's no ending thing yet, but we're getting pretty close to a pretty solid prototype.
Don't even try.
Which might have more effort put into it than a lot of people's random supposed games they release. I've sure tested a lot of games that did not have this much effort put into it. The old herald crosses the map. So many people. I just gotta find the... I'm gonna speed that up so it actually goes a little closer to the player, because you can keep running from him and they don't seem as relevant. Though I guess he has hit me before, and it does do an insane amount of damage. On the other hand, this is supposed to be an unfinished area, and it's, you know, just a reward for having beaten the other areas. So if the boss is intentionally harder than normal, that's fine. Not even intentionally. Just poorly balanced and unfinished. Maybe not even that poorly balanced, to be honest. Here I am balancing it anyway, but that's supposedly unfinished. Mostly I'm trying to figure out why the quest thingy isn't working the way I want it to. Those are so random, it's hard to find them. Sometimes you just luck out and they're right there, and other times, good luck. When I don't want to find them, they're pretty much knocking on my front door trying to sell me, you know, solar for my house.
Hey, buddy.
When I want to find them, it might as well be like playing Where's Waldo. Like, it's weird. Like they know.
Don't even try.
Oh. not seeing old Miranda. She's around here somewhere. Yeah, the mouse controls are still a little wonky. I don't really like them very much. So where is she? Huh. Sometimes the quest NPCs are really hard to find. Really hard to find. It really has that old school Diablo feel. Where, you know, you'll go looking around the dungeon and in the last possible room, there will be the quest NPC. There'll be multiple decisions where you could have gone near that room, but instead you went the other way. Why is there a teddy out there? There'll be a teddy out there. It's outside the border of the map. Did she not spawn? I might have to put the notification in to see if they spawn. Because the quest NPCs aren't randomly spawning every once in a blue moon. I don't want that to be a thing that's even in there. I don't see her though. No, I touch guy did not expect it. At this point, I'm like at the 7:21 a.m. Not even sure I expect to have the game even turn on at this point. Moment of my day. Oh, for some reason she's not spawned. And then quest NPC thing here. Let's see, when you actually win there. Wait a minute. On map load, it actually does the second quest there, but then if you complete that, it does the third quest, and that's what puts the boss name up there. Under WinCon. And then that's for the tarot quests. It adds those and removes them, so that does that. And if you actually collect them all, it removes it there. Why do we need this twice? Because it would remove it right there. This seems like it makes no sense why this is there twice. Keyboard is falling asleep on me. No, you keyboard. You don't get to fall asleep on me. Might just need to be recharged or something. I don't see any reason that this shouldn't be just up here. Actually, I should probably give him no health too just to test this out. Thought I already had this quest thingy working for the bosses and everything like that, but it would appear that it is not perfect. Like so many things, I thought this worked about a week and a half ago. Since then, I've been fixing bug after bug to make certain it actually works. And that you can beat the game from start to finish. At least once. How about another time? But at least once, I want you to be able to beat the game.
I sense danger. Don't even try.
That was weird, I couldn't get through the box.
Don't cross me.
The quest appeared, that's a good sign. Okay, and it does remove it. Okay. So that fixed that. Enemies are not even included in this version of the game yet, but you know, will be included later. Next to the thing, sure. That works. Did he drop items? I didn't check to see if he dropped items. Oh, nice. Now I'll go kill him again, just so I can find out. There's nothing worse than killing a boss and not having them drop items. That was a problem earlier with the clown boss. I think I spent like 40 minutes fixing it too. Yeah, some of the early problems tonight were real bad. And now we're just kind of at balancing things. I haven't really encountered a lot of horrific problems lately here. I mean, when your worst problem is the quest thingy isn't disappearing, not a big deal.
I sense danger. Not even try. I need more energy. Boom, baby.
Okay, I don't like how that ends though, because then you can't even collect the items. That's terrible. So what needs to happen is the event to lead out. Needs to have an option to go somewhere else. Yeah. So this one triggers off of what again? Teddy boss. It's 167. Pretty much critical fail. I just totally missed there. And then let me disable this because it's jank and nobody likes it. How to go murder a boss. Well, a one hit point boss. We're pretty close though to having this finished. Well, the first prototype anyway, which is not really a finished game, but what probably is like an hour and a half of gameplay.
I sense danger.
I guess if you got really lucky and everything just the stars aligned perfectly, it might be only like an hour and 10 minutes, I guess. It really comes down to how fast you find the quest people. They can be a real challenge. Or they can be really easy. Still gotta balance all the money too. That's dropped. Oh, she should probably ask if they want to go to the other area. Yeah. Guess how people can't accidentally click through it. Right, is unlock game stuck in this or there? If that's the case, then on this map here I need to have an unlock game as well. I think it does auto unlock the game anyway though. Right. Test this one last thing, and then I am almost certainly headed off to sleep after that. We get a lot more viewers near this point, though. Now, the first hour or something, I didn't really get hard to anybody. I think that most of my viewers are just the same people who, you know, just like chatting, so. Go ahead, no, do that. So let's move these down to here. Process that. And I'm probably good for the day.
I sense danger.
Don't cross me.
Seems good to me. On that note, I am gonna call it for the night. 'Cause, yeah, I'm at like 5 hours and 40 minutes, and yeah, I'm tired. A lot of streaming this week. But I mean, doing pretty good so far. I'm down to the last boss thing I need to, you know, balance. Then I just need like a story thingy afterwards, I guess, like a little brief, you know, extra just to kind of give people something to they worked for it, and then maybe like a brief intro thing. I'm definitely gonna cut out a lot of the intro story thing there. I don't think I'm gonna put the full story in there. I'll include the intro cutscene because why not? It's already basically done. And after that, I have to do a lot of additional writing for the other, and I just don't know if that's worth it. I think I want them to just kind of play it and see how it goes. So anyway, I'll be back tomorrow night. Same time, same place, all that. There'll be a thing on the subscriber thing saying when it is, but it's going to be 2 a.m. Pacific, so I may end up moving that to a later time though, because I don't really get a lot of people until like an hour in, so it seems like I should just wait until 3. Then it makes it even harder to be awake for the right times. I don't know. I'll figure something out. Anyway, I will catch everyone later. Have a wonderful night, evening, morning, or whatever it is for you. This is Imaginary Villain signing out. I'm off to sleep. Later.